is all are we. Yo, from sunshine to pure clean energy, we are building a future sustainably. Water flowing and food growing, St. Kitts and Nevis seas are we embracing. We are building homes for our sustainability to bring brighter days and a stronger economy. Healthcare for everyone, join the movement, transform our islands. CISA is you, CISA is me, CISA is us, CISA is all are we.
With CISA, we are stronger and free. Yes, CISA is all are we. Let's strive to make sustainability the motto for our country.
CISA is you, CISA is me, CISA is us, CISA is all are we. To bring brighter days and a stronger economy. Healthcare for everyone, join the movement, transform our islands. CISA is you, CISA is me, CISA is us, CISA is all are we.
With CISA, we are stronger and free. Yes, CISA is all are we. Let's strive to make sustainability the motto for our country.
CISA is you, CISA is me, CISA is us, CISA is all are we. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we. Yeah, yeah. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we. Yo, from sunshine to pure clean energy, we are building a future sustainably. Water flowing and food growing. St. Kitts and Nevis, CISA we embracing. We are building homes for our sustainability to bring brighter days and a stronger economy. Healthcare for everyone. Join the movement, transform our islands. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we.
With CISA, we are stronger and free. Yes, CISA is all a we. Let's strive to make sustainability the motto for our country.
CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we. CISA is all are we. Yo, from sunshine to pure clean energy, we are building a future sustainably. Water flowing and food growing, St. Kitts and Nevis CISA we embracing. We are building homes for our sustainability to bring brighter days and a stronger economy. Healthcare for everyone, join the movement, transform our islands. CISA is you, CISA is me, CISA is us, CISA is all are we.
With CISA, we are stronger and free. Yes, CISA is all are we. Let's strive to make sustainability the motto for our country.
CISA is you, CISA is me, CISA is us, CISA is all are we. CISA is all of we. Yeah, yeah. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we. Yo, from sunshine to pure clean energy, we are building a future sustainably. Water flowing and food growing. St. Kitts and Nevis, CISA we embracing. We are building homes for our sustainability to bring brighter days and a stronger economy. Healthcare for everyone. Join the movement, transform our islands. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we.
With CISA, we are stronger and free. Yes, CISA is all a we. Let's strive to make sustainability the motto for our country.
CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we. Yeah, yeah. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we. Yo, from sunshine to pure clean energy, we are building a future sustainably. Water flowing and food growing. St. Kitts and Nevis, CISA we embracing. We are building homes for our sustainability to bring brighter days and a stronger economy. Healthcare for everyone. Join the movement, transform our islands. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we.
With CISA, we are stronger and free. Yes, CISA is all a we. Let's strive to make sustainability the motto for our country.
CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we. Yeah, yeah. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we. Yo, from sunshine to pure clean energy, we are building a future sustainably. Water flowing and food growing. St. Kitts and Nevis, CISA we embracing. We are building homes for our sustainability to bring brighter days and a stronger economy. Healthcare for everyone. Join the movement, transform our islands. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we.
With CISA, we are stronger and free. Yes, CISA is all a we. Let's strive to make sustainability the motto for our country.
CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we. Yeah, yeah. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we. Yo, from sunshine to pure clean energy, we are building a future sustainably. Water flowing and food growing. St. Kitts and Nevis, CISA we embracing. We are building homes for our sustainability to bring brighter days and a stronger economy. Healthcare for everyone. Join the movement, transform our islands. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we.
With CISA, we are stronger and free. Yes, CISA is all a we. Let's strive to make sustainability the motto for our country.
CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we.
In 2022, the concept of transforming St.
Our sustainable island state together. As we get set to start, I'd like to invite you to stand for the national anthem.
O land of beauty, our country where peace abounds, thy children stand free on the strength of will and love, with good in all our schools, Saint Kitts and Nevis. A nation bound together with a common destiny. As stalwarts we stand for justice and liberty, with wisdom and truth. We will serve and honor thee. No sword nor spear can conquer, for God will sure defend. His blessing shall forever to posterity extend.
Program this morning, which will be delivered by Royston Richard, who is the lead pastor of the Good News Baptist Church.
Pleasant good morning to all. Let us pray. You can pray as well, Let us. Father in heaven, we pause this morning to acknowledge you as sovereign. We recognize, Lord, that without you, we are nothing. And without you, we can do nothing. We come, Lord, humbly in your presence. Thank you for the privilege that you said, that we can come boldly to your throne of grace, that we may find grace and mercy to help us in a time of need. And Father, if there ever were a time that we need God, it's today. As we come, Lord, we recognize your goodness all over St. Kitts, and for that we are grateful. We thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for the dawn of another day. Lord, we come in a mindset of discussion and dialogue as we commence this open forum. Father, we pray that wisdom will guide us. We ask, Lord, that all the discussion will not create division among us, but it will create dialogue across the table. Father, we lift up our country before you, and we are so grateful for your mercies. We are so grateful, Lord, for your grace that extends, especially in this time where there's hurricanes. Father, it will be remiss of us not to reflect on our brothers and sisters in Jamaica at the moment, who, Lord, are now battling and thinking about rebuilding. Lord, I pray that even in our discussion, that will be reflected, that grace should be extended to our brothers and sisters. Father, we pray for our leaders this morning, those who are tasked with this difficulty of navigating this budget in this difficult time. Father, we ask first and foremost that you'll keep our leaders humble. For you said in your word that God resists the proud, but he giveth grace to those who are humble. Those who will ask, Lord, grace should be extended. So I pray, Lord, as we discuss and dialogue, that you will give our leaders wisdom and insight. Lord, we ask that the budget discussion will also reflect those who doesn't have a voice. That as we put pen to paper, that we not just be what we say, Lord, but it will be reflected. Father, we ask today that you will bless every discussion, every speaker, every presentation, Lord, that it will reflect you in all that we do this morning. And I pray, Lord, that across the aisle, that we will have a fruitful and a productive discussion. And that when the time comes, Lord, to make the decisions, that you will guide our leaders aright. Father, we know it's not easy to lead the country. And so we ask again for special grace for our leaders. Give them the right spirit, Lord, the right attitude, that it will be one of harmony, even with those in the opposition, that will come alongside, and that every idea, every thought will be in account. And so into your hands now we commit this special sitting and discussion. Lord, look over us, and may you be glorified in all that will be said and done. For these mercies we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much, Pastor Richards. Please be seated. Again, good morning to all. Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Terence Drew, Honorable Lenine Blanchard, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Jeffrey Hanley, Deputy Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Right Honorable Dr. Denzel Douglas, Senior Minister and former Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, other honorable members of the Parliament, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, permanent secretaries, senior government officials, representatives of international and regional organizations, members of the business community, students, teachers, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a true pleasure to welcome you to the National Budget Forum 2026, a space created not only to present figures, but to shape our future, not only to review progress, but to chart the road ahead. Under the theme, Turning Conversations into Action, Building Our Sustainable Island State Together, we gather once again to do what this government has committed to doing from the very beginning: to listen, to collaborate, and to deliver. It is all part of a broader national mission, powering progress, building a resilient future for all. Across St. Kitts and Nevis, transformation is taking root. We see it in reliable water systems, improved healthcare, stronger education, renewable energy, and digital innovation. Each of these milestones tells a story of collective effort, shared responsibility, and belief in a vision that places people and sustainability at the heart of national progress. But the work is ongoing. The budget we shape together must continue to reflect the real priorities of our citizens, from a single mother in Molyneux to the entrepreneur in Nevis, to the farmer in Sadlers who feels the impact of policy every day. This forum gives each of us the chance to make sure those voices are heard. It allows us to connect the numbers to lived realities, to merge analysis with aspiration, and to ensure that our fiscal plan speaks directly to the needs and ambitions of our people. As we move through today's sessions, I encourage every participant to contribute boldly, and think beyond boundaries. Let our discussions be guided not by what is easy, but by what is necessary. Every idea shared here today, every perspective offered, has the power to shape the Federation's next chapter as we continue building a truly sustainable island state. On behalf of the Ministry of Finance and the Government of St. Kitts and Nevis, I thank you for being here, for lending your voices later on in the discussion, and for helping to turn conversations into action. Welcome, and let us begin. I have not indicated my name, and so I will do so at this time. I'm Ebony Brandon. I have the pleasure of taking you through today's discussion. Before we proceed, however, we have a short visual presentation, after which we will welcome to the podium for opening remarks Mr. Carlton Pogson, who is the Financial Secretary for St. Kitts and Nevis.
In 2022, the concept of transforming St. Kitts and Nevis into a sustainable island state was presented by our Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew. The idea comes from an understanding of the need to holistically address the way we perceive and engage our vulnerabilities and our assets, and the way we safeguard our future as a coastal nation. We are aware of the narrative of vulnerability connected to our existence as small island developing states. However, in the spirit of progression, we have decided that it is high time we transcend these limitations and take ownership of our survival. We are adapting and we are leading. The Sustainable Island State Agenda is the vehicle that will tailor our methods of development and move us in a positive direction towards a future that is climate smart, investment ready, and economically inclusive. Our vision has been clearly set: build a thriving, green, climate resilient St. Kitts and Nevis that prioritizes the improvement of the lives of our people and protects our natural heritage. Thus, CISA is a people-centered movement. It is one that recognizes development as a household enterprise and understands that sustainability incorporates all levels of society, starting with protecting the future of those most vulnerable. To encompass this spirit, we have divided our vision into 7 action areas called the Pillars of Progress: energy transition, water security, food security, sustainable industries, sustainable settlements, the circular economy, health and social protection. Through this green print for success, we can ensure action that is targeted, fulsome, and directly addresses the varied needs across each sector. But action means little without the scaffolding of investment. How do we invest for transformation? If CISA is our vehicle toward a more resilient and secure federation, investment thus becomes one of our engines, a propelling force forward. However, for the highest impact, investments must be made with a clear purpose. We must strike the balance between economic opportunity and environmental responsibility. Reconnecting our pillars of progress, we can clearly determine the best use of our investments. Let's consider energy transition, for example. Geothermal exploration in Nevis provides exciting prospects in energy independence for both of our islands, and a revolution in our regional clean energy movement with the right investment framework. For health, social protection, and justice, investments into our smart healthcare systems, climate-proof housing developments, and inclusive social welfare networks can work complementarily to our people-centered approach and help expand the ways by which we are able to protect our citizens and residents. A strong legislative agenda protects investments and ensures that we are aligned with international treaties and obligations. In the area of green infrastructure, as a sustainable island state, shock resistance and mitigating risk are paramount. Investments into climate resilient infrastructure, ports, housing, and transportation systems that are weatherproof are key. Let's consider sustainable agriculture and the blue economy. A sustainable island state must be food secure and must ensure production yields that can nourish and meet the consumption demands of its people. Investments can be tailored towards sustainable agriculture technology and explorations into new and inventive ways of farming and marine resource fisheries protection. In considering circularity and waste to resource systems, investment must support utilizing waste as a resource, building recycling systems that boost economic diversification, exploring waste to energy potential, and tapping into the production of sustainable packaging in keeping with the government's own move toward a single-use plastic-free federation. When we speak of digital transformation, it is to support the investments that accelerate our productivity and functionality as a nation. Let's consider investments in smart, green technology that can upscale our environmental monitoring systems and build our data procurement and management capacities. Education is foundational to transformation. Ensuring that we safeguard the prosperity and welfare of our country by creating inroads for accessible educational opportunities and technical training is critical in advancing quality of life and ensuring that legacy making is a possibility for all. For ecotourism and heritage protection, investing in the promotion of our island through sustainable means and displaying our heritage by authentic, close-to-earth experiences allows us to share our unique products with the world while retaining roots that are indigenous to our people. A critical element to the conversation is securing partnerships that power change. Investment is a collaborative undertaking. Action can only elicit maximum impact when we partner toward our common cause. When we channel our economic drive and combine the financial with the sociocultural, we create a space where the possibilities in partnership become limitless. Through the linkage of partnership and investment, we can tap into maximum impact. So, what does impact look like for now and the future? Impact right now may look like a slow yield because we're building a legacy that will span generations. If we pan outward and upward for an aerial view, impact looks like a place where all individual needs are met, where homes and businesses and communities are powered by reliable, clean energy and can withstand a changing climate, where we are nourished by homegrown produce and products, where water is a 24/7 resource for all, made possible by renewable sources, where inclusivity and equality across backgrounds and abilities are ways of life, where circularity and zero waste initiatives drive economic prosperity, where tourism is resilient, year-round, and community-led, where a thriving orange economy allows our creatives and artists to produce purposefully and profitably. So, we remain undaunted by the length of the journey. Instead, we are guided by the possibilities that are within our grasp should we stay the course. Although, while we look ahead to the potential and purpose that large-scale investment opportunities bring, we must never forsake the power of the individual investment, the ones that we as a people choose to make for ourselves and our own environment. Those seemingly isolated choices that we make all interlink to create a stronger, sustainable island state. Our individual investments on the journey towards sustainability may look like choosing not to litter, ensuring that we take our plastic bags on grocery runs, conserving our resources, exploring at-home gardening, volunteering our time and knowledge, and even donating to worthy causes. These seemingly mundane, unassuming habits inform the bigger movements, because investments have a greater chance of success when you commit to and believe in your product. It stands to reason that a sustainable island state and a successful seesaw start with us first. So I invite you to act. With our sustainable island state agenda, we are proving that size does not limit ambition. We believe in our seesaw, in the power of our people, and in the potential of partnership. And we invite you to believe with us, not only in what we can build, but in the impact that we can achieve when we work together with intention.
Our journey to a sustainable island state. Ladies and gentlemen, and I invite you now to help me in welcoming Mr. Carlton Parkson, Financial Secretary.
Masters of ceremony, very pleasant. Good morning. Allow me to adopt the protocol as previously established. Save and to say to recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. I wish to extend a warm welcome to all of those joining us today from the business community, civil society organization, other stakeholder groups, and those who are connected virtually. Your presence reflects the spirit of partnership and shared responsibility that is essential to our national development. Today, we engage in meaningful dialogue and hear your input for Budget 2026, a budget that reflects not only our fiscal priorities, but our national ambition to become a sustainable island state. This year's theme, turning conversation into action, building our sustainable island state together, is more than a slogan. It is a call to action. It speaks to our collective determination to move from policy ideas to real, measurable outcomes in the lives of our people. It is more about ensuring that recommendations, suggestions, and inputs we gather translate into better schools, stronger healthcare, safer communities, and more inclusive economic opportunities. We are at a pivotal moment. The global environment remains uncertain. Climate risks are intensifying, for example, Melissa in Jamaica. Economic shocks are more frequent. Technological changes is accelerating. Yet, with these challenges lies opportunities. Opportunities to build resilience, to innovate, and to lead with purpose. Budget 2026 forms part of our response. It is not just a financial plan. It must be one of the engines that drives our national priorities forward, and it will be designed to deliver on the 7 pillars of our Sustainable Island State agenda that defines our journey towards sustainability, a critical leg of our national development planning framework. As we look ahead to the end of fiscal 2025, our nation's economy is forecast to grow by 1.1%. This tempered growth reflects the tapering of our post-pandemic recovery and signal a return to pre-COVID levels of economic activity. While the pace may be modest, It marks a stabilizing foundation upon which we can build. Our economy is improving. Inflation has declined significantly from a high of 2.7 and 3.6 in 2022 and 2023, respectively, to a modest 1% in 2024 and 0.6 up to August 2025. The medium outlook spanning 2026 to 2030 is encouraging. We anticipate average growth of approximately 2.5%, with GDP projected to reach 2.7 billion by the end of the decade. This growth is expected to be broad-based, with expansion across every sector and subsectors of our economy. However, we must remain vigilant. There are significant downside risks that could stall or reverse this positive trajectory. These include the ongoing geopolitical tension in Europe and the Middle East, the emerging tensions in our backyard, Venezuela and the USA, the slowdown in global economic growth exacerbated by trade disputes, delays in domestic construction projects, and the ever-present threat of adverse weather conditions. However, sectoral performance will be the key to our success. The agriculture and fishing sectors, though small at 1.2% of GDP, are expected to rebound over the medium term, growing at 6.8% annually as we pursue food security and strategic linkages with tourism. The construction sector, our largest single contributor at 13.5% of GDP, is poised for steady growth at 2.3% annually, driven by major public and private sector infrastructure projects, including housing, education, healthcare facilities, and hotel investments. Similarly, the hotel and restaurant sector, supported by increased airlifts and strategic marketing, is expected to grow by 2% per annum. Other service-related sectors, such as the financial services, transportation, real estate, and public administration, will continue to play a vital role in our economic expansion. As we continue to strengthen key related sectors, it is equally important that our economic strategy reflects the voices and aspirations of our people. That is why Budget 2026 is being crafted not only as a fiscal roadmap, but as a people-centered instrument of national development. Over the past 2 weeks, the Ministry of Finance held two town hall meetings on both the western and the eastern side of the island, engaging directly with our citizens. I would like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you who participated, who shared your ideas, raised your concerns, and offered your vision for our country's future. Your input is valued and will help to shape the priorities to be reflected in the 2026 budget. The budget process is not confined to the government offices. It belongs to the people. And through these consultations, we affirm our belief that good governance begins with listening. But our work does not end here. I want to encourage continued input from all stakeholders, whether through formal channels or direct engagement with the Ministry of Finance. Your voice matters. Your feedback strengthens the plan, and your partnership powers the Federation's progress. Now, let me address a question that often arises. Can we balance fiscal discipline with social investment? The answer is unequivocally yes. In fact, these are not competing objectives. They are complementary imperatives. Fiscal discipline ensures stability and credibility. Social investment ensures equity, and opportunity. Together, they form the foundation of sustainable development. Budget 2026 is expected to reflect this balance. We are maintaining prudent expenditure controls, strengthening revenue administration, improving public financial management. At the same time, we are investing in education, healthcare, housing, and climate resilience, because these are the building blocks of a strong and inclusive society. We're also taking steps to improve efficiency and accountability. Every dollar must work harder. Every program must deliver results. And every initiative must be aligned with our national vision. Colleagues, citizens, those present and those listening online, progress is not powered by policy alone. It is empowered by people, by the ideas, the energy, and the belief in a better future. Budget 2026 must be our collective roadmap. It's how we turn vision into action and action into impact. Let us continue to build a St. Kitts and Nevis that is resilient, innovative, inclusive, and sustainable. Thank you, and God bless you.
Let this map a new trajectory to sustainability for all of us. So welcome to St. Kitts and Nevis. Welcome to the summit. Let the work begin.
St. Kitts and Nevis understands, perhaps more intimately than most, the urgency of the climate crisis. That is why we are aggressively and ambitiously pursuing our sustainable development and our sustainable island state agenda.
What we are seeking to achieve in our region, which is climate resilience, and ensure that we have the type of economic transformation that can only come from an understanding of our place in the world and our desire to be a sustainable island state.
We are here to shape outcomes, to forge partnerships, and to leave this summit with transformative, actionable solutions for our islands and our people.
Today, St. Kitts and Nevis stands at the center of global conversation. And while our landmass may be modest, our vision is vast. We gather here not as isolated dots on the map, but as constellation of nations, constellations of islands and countries united by history, resilience, and a shared determination to chart a new course for our people and our planet. We have started a journey to become the first sustainable island state.
I want to thank Mr. Pogson for his insightful remarks as they lay a perfect foundation for the discussion we have ahead. As we proceed in this first very important session of the Budget Forum this morning, setting the stage for progress, I'd now like to welcome to the podium the President of the Chamber of Industry and Commerce, a very important partner, Trevor Blake.
Thank you, Madam Moderator of Master Ceremonies. Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Terence Drew, I ask that you allow me to adopt the protocol that has already been established. I don't think I could do a better job than the moderator this morning. I wish to begin by expressing our appreciation to the government of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis for once again inviting the St. Kitts Nevis Chamber of Industry and Commerce to participate in this critical national dialogue on our fiscal and development priorities. The Chamber, as the Federation's private sector representative body, consider forums such as these as essential for the continued development of our nation. Indeed, meaningful collaboration between the private and public sectors is necessary for balanced, sustained, and socially responsible economic development. The theme for this year's consultation, turning conversations into action, building a sustainable island state, signals a recognition of the importance of moving beyond mere talk to action. With this, we can only agree, as now more than ever, given the increasingly uncertain times in which we now find ourselves, we must focus not just on formulating strategies, but on their effective implementation to propel our development. It will require bold and decisive action to take us to the next level of development. According to Shakespeare, action is eloquence. However, as the saying goes, thinking before acting is wisdom, and acting before thinking is regret. It is important, therefore, that we have a clear, coherent, and consensual strategy to guide our actions. Our Federation has made significant strides over the last several decades, and compared to some of our neighbors, it is clear that we have punched above our weight. The challenge, however, for us, both as policymakers in government, as economic agents in the private sector, is how do we sustain this? How do we institutionalize the critical requirements that will ensure that our growth can not just be sustained, but accelerated to take us to the next level? We meet at a time when the global economy is in a state of flux. We heard the Financial Secretary just a few moments ago. We see slowing growth, high inflation, and extreme uncertainty, and this will have a tempering effect on activity in our domestic economy. The America First policy shift with the resulting trade wars, the continuing Russian-Ukrainian war, and the persistent instability in the Middle East, notwithstanding the recent tenuous peace deal, have disrupted global supply chains and applied cost pressures on our domestic producers, distributors, and retailers who already face narrow margins and challenging freight logistics. The situation unfolding in the Caribbean waters to the south is also of concern, with the potential impact on sea and air linkages. It is important, therefore, that our domestic policies, the policies that we hope to see in the 2026 budget, are geared towards mitigating some of these impacts. The Chamber notes the attempts of the government to begin to reduce the degree of reliance on the two economic drivers so far, which is the CBI program and tourism, by seeking to strengthen the foundations for productivity and competitiveness, enhancing road networks, increasing agricultural yields, inviting foreign direct investment, and expanding airlift and cruise ship arrivals. We also note and congratulate the government on the success it has achieved in curbing the spike in violent crime. Unchecked criminal activity is an existential societal threat and a deterrent to investment. The Chamber therefore continues to support the police in their efforts to keep crime under control and remains committed to collaborating with the government on the Citizen Security Program. Permit me now to look briefly at three areas that will set, hopefully, into context the remainder of my presentation. The CBI revenues. The CBI program has historically been our major revenue stream, or a major revenue stream for the Federation, but its contribution is now declining. In 2023, CBI revenues accounted for about 22% of GDP, according to the IMF. And in 2024, this fell to approximately 8% of GDP and is projected to remain at about 9% for the remainder of the decade. This precipitous fall, which appears to be lasting, demonstrates that we cannot any longer depend on CBI inflows as a major source of revenue. We applaud the government for the steps taken to reform the program in collaboration with its regional partners. We trust that this will bring credibility and sustainability to the program and stem what appeared to have been a race to the bottom with all of the resulting adverse consequences. While we may never again see the windfall revenue streams achieved in previous years, a sustainable contribution of 8 or 9% of GDP in a well-diversified economy may in fact be preferable. Tourism arrivals and spend. Thank the Deputy Prime Minister. Tourism remains a cornerstone of our economy. During the 2024-2025 peak season, runs from October 2024 to April 2025, the Federation welcomed almost 750,000 cruise passengers, up about 8% from the prior season. Stay-over visitor data also show improvement in the first quarter of 2025, with air arrivals reaching some 46,641, a 15% year-on-year increase. While these are encouraging signals, we have yet to return to pre-pandemic levels. We heard recently that excursionists are set to top the million mark this year, and this is commendable. However, given the differential in average spend, to maximize value added, strategies should be formulated and implemented to increase stay-over visitor arrivals while still continuing to boost cruise tourism. On the public finance side, the IMF staff report indicated that the fiscal deficit increased to 11% of GDP in 2024. And we see in the estimates that for 2025, that expenditures total some $1.1 billion, the current expenditure at $885 million, and capital expenditure of $209 million. While deficits resulting from counter-cyclical fiscal policies may be necessary to support infrastructural development, to support our education services, health, agriculture, as well as public services, it is important that such expenditure must be managed with discipline, transparency, and strategic focus. Within this context, I want to emphasize a few critical imperatives that we look forward to in the 2026 budget. And we want to focus particularly on exporting value-added goods into new and non-traditional markets as a key pillar of diversification and growth. First is fiscal incentive reform and strategic expenditure. Reforming fiscal incentives is essential. These incentives must not simply reward investment, but support investment that are in alignment with national socioeconomic goals, such as job creation, skills transfer, and capacity building. Fiscal expenditure on public works must be managed prudently. Capital projects should be prioritized that enhance productivity, enable exporters, and provide infrastructure for value-added sectors. workforce skills, minimum wage, and competitiveness. While increases in minimum wage is a boon for improving livelihoods, this must be commensurate with workforce capability. Without the requisite skills base, an increased minimum wage may simply become a fixed rent employers may pay rather than a productivity-based wage. We therefore call for continuous monitoring of cost of living and the impact of wage adjustments, ensuring that further increases are socially and economically sound. We call for sound investment in technical and vocational education through the CFB College and other educational institutions, prioritizing STEM, digital, renewable agency, and value-added manufacturing skills. We need to incentivize direct foreign investment that does not only bring capital, but also build meaningful socioeconomic growth that creates value-added opportunities for local businesses and enables technology transfer and help our medium, or micro, small, and medium enterprises to scale. Reforming the fiscal regime to incentivize local investment is also important, reducing barriers, providing targeted tax and duty relief, value-added protection for export, and especially to the new and non-traditional markets. Agriculture and food security. Food security remains one of the 7 pillars, as we've seen in the CISA. It is important that these opportunities in agribusiness be identified and exploited, looking at modern farming methods, value-added processing, niche tropical products, exports into regional and, again, non-traditional market segments. And this would require further targeted investment in agricultural technology, solar, irrigation pumps, research and development to support climate-resilient yields. Subsidization and co-financing of equipment, research and development, and value-added processing capacity at the micro, small, and medium enterprise levels are also important. We also need to look at capitalizing the MSMEs by redirecting perhaps a portion of our CBI funds that is tied towards capacity development so that we could see grassroots enterprises growing, building capabilities, accessing finance, and linking into export value chains. Digital transformation and modern public service. The digital economy is a growth frontier. The Federation must invest in modernization and digitalization of the public service to reduce procedural barriers, especially in terms of licensing, customs, permits, etc., thereby improving the ease of doing business and enabling export-ready firms. A streamlined regulatory environment that helps local firms scale for export and support investment that is engaged in high-tech, like manufacturing and digital service for global markets is important. For true diversification, we must proactively reduce the dependence on the traditional economic drivers towards more value-added goods for new and or non-traditional export markets. Here we need to identify niche products with regional or global demand, and these could be based on boutique agro-processed goods, tropical fruits, artisanal manufactured products, renewable energy components, offshore digital services, and thereby enable our private sector to deliver these goods and services to the markets. To encourage the development of clusters in light manufacturing, creative industries, and innovation hubs for digital services that will allow us to leverage our skilled labor, our geographic location, and our cultural uniqueness. A strong partnership between government for trade facilitation, export support, incentives, logistics, capacity building, and the private sector through entrepreneurs, micro and small, medium enterprises, and agricultural cooperatives to build value chains, branding, quality standards, certification, and global access is also important. As we look towards the upcoming fiscal year and the 2026 budget presentation, the Chamber encourages policy measures that promote the ease of doing business through streamlined licensing and customs and permit systems that provide targeted incentives to industries aligning with the Sustainable Island State priorities, promote digital transformation across both government and business sectors to enable efficiency and innovation, to support the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, which are the backbone of our economy, by ensuring access to financing, training, market linkages, and export channels, as well as the duty-free importation of manufacturing inputs. Also want to see a transparent and a predictable fiscal environment, one that attracts foreign investment, but also empowers local entrepreneurs to reinvest and expand. In closing, let me reiterate that the Chamber agrees that as a nation, we must continue to move decisively from dialogue to implementation, from ambition to achievement, from planning to performance. The Chamber remains an active, reliable, and solutions-oriented partner in this national transformation towards this new paradigm. We note the government's stated vision of becoming the first sustainable island state and the 7 pillars of this agenda, which is at the core of its development strategy. However, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, the development strategy must not only be coherent, but we must have broad national consensus. This need for consensus is most critical, as if the strategy is to be successful, there must be a shared understanding by and the full commitment of all stakeholders. This commitment is achievable only through meaningful consultation. I cannot end my remarks without mentioning the issue of the special sustainable zones legislation, which is generating much debate across the Federation. The Chamber recognizes the use of special economic zones in other countries and the many benefits that could accrue from them if carefully crafted. And these must accord to the country's specific conditions and needs. We also recognize, however, that there are significant disadvantages of the system and the negative experience for which some countries have already suffered where these SEZs are not appropriately implemented. Of concern is that this significant legislation, which could have far-reaching implications for our society, was enacted without proper consultation with the people. We firmly believe that ongoing public-private dialogue is necessary and essential for effective policymaking. We therefore welcome the government's continued steps toward enhancing collaboration through national consultation and multi-stakeholder platforms. This dialogue, however, must be meaningful. It must be timely, not, for example, at the end of the budgetary exercise or after an act is already passed, but at the beginning of the policy formulation processes so that it could influence or at least inform the policies that will be translated into budgetary provisions or into legislation. By consulting with social partners at the design stages of policy, government can ensure that the measures that are to be introduced and the actions taken are practical, appropriate, inclusive, and sustainable. I trust that going forward, this would be actualized. The Chamber looks forward to, as we have agreed, regular meetings and dialogue with the Prime Minister and his colleagues, and remain committed to effective public-private partnership as a path to the prosperity of our Federation. On behalf of the board and membership of the Chamber, I extend our best wishes for successful consultation today. And we look forward to a budget which will see some of the measures that we have proposed over the years included. We know that the ones that we talk about today may not make the budget, but we go back to the provisions that we posited last year, which are still very relevant, and we hope that we will see them in this year's budget. I thank you.
Today, they not only become landowners and be empowered, But I can simply say to them, if they don't know yet, they have become significantly richer because they own land and property.
When we speak of sustainability and the Sustainable Island State Agenda, this is what we mean. Sustainable settlements mean you have your title. We have a commitment to this community, to this constituency, and to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis that we are going to power progress through empowerment.
We witness today not just a ceremony of paper and ink, but a celebration of justice, dignity, and a commitment, a promise fulfilled. You now hold the key, your certificate of title, proof that this land, your land, is officially yours.
So as you get your land, feel proud of yourself. You have worked hard for it. You have dedicated yourself to get it. You deserve it, and no one can take it away from you.
I'm very happy and glad that after 35 years, I could receive my land thanks to sustainable development.
So thank God and Congress and the Prime Minister, right? So I feel a little better. So I have to do anything now. Nobody can hold me from there now. I don't care who come and tell me them one. I don't got this here. So they can hold me again from there. Thank you.
I would just like to say thank you to the government. I really had thought that, you know, it's something that I never had thought that it would have come true.
We give thanks to the ministers and everybody who make it happen. Yeah, fully appreciate it, you know. The man is a man of the word and I respect them for that.
This year got power in it. Powerful to know that my brother and his family received the title of their land. This was long overdue.
I'm so happy today that the Labour government had promised that we will own the land, and I know that they will fulfill the promise. And today I am so full. My children, my grandchildren has something that when I'm past, they can say, Mommy did this. And I want to thank the Labour Party so much. Labour forever. Today is a happy, happy day.
This Labour administration is about empowerment. It's about making sure that you can do for you.
As long as we are here and this party is here, our focus will always be empowerment of our people.
I'm very pleased to have the opportunity of doing a walkthrough of the first 4 apartment building that we started through the initiative of our revitalization in East Bastille. Part of our vision is to redevelop some of these communities, and today we are witnessing homes that have been here in existence for some 70 years. NHC would have been able to transform them into what we are seeing here today. I have had the opportunity as a child running through the yards of many of these apartments, and there were 1-bedroom studio as the modern name we use now, and to see that we were able to fit 4 2-bedroom apartments. Indeed, this is a great achievement for us as we continue with our housing solutions. As a minister with responsibility for housing, I am even super proud of the work that was done. The contractor, his community name, Caboose, did an amazing job on the construction, and you had different persons from within the community working on different areas in terms of the electricals, and you had the plumbers, Thompson's Plumbing, and even the Tyler is from East Bastia, Mr. Archibald. So I personally want to thank all of those individuals, the laborers, those who supervise the project manager. We are on our second building to the bottom of East Street and Pond Road. That again will be another 4 apartments. We'll be able to help families within the Newtown community and other areas. And eventually we'll take out all of these buildings. So in a few years, East Street will be a place where persons might not be able to recognize.
So we want to thank the President of the Chamber of Industry and Commerce for his presentation. And we move forward this morning. I'm very happy to actually welcome the next speaker because I remember him from Jesus earlier this year, Mr. Akwanje Robinson. He was very important in that he called for meaningful engagement from the youth. And the fact that he's here today indicates that he was heard and that the youth's voice is very important to this administration. So I am very, very happy to welcome him to the podium at this time to give youth perspective on what they hope to see coming out of the 2026 budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, all. I greet you warmly. Permit me to adopt the protocol so ably established before me. The Sustainable Island State Agenda, CISA, stands as our national commitment to transformation. It is a roadmap through which we redefine how this federation lives, works, produces, and protects both its people and its planet. But when I think about CISA, I see more than technical documents and strategies. I see something living, something built, a bridge that carries the weight of our aspirations and the dreams of generations yet to cross. A bridge that we, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, are building together. Guided by the National Development Planning Framework and the Sustainable Development Goals, it calls for alignment of our economy, our communities, and our environment in one shared purpose: to build a self-sustaining, climate-smart island state by 2040. Every bridge begins with a design, but the true test of any bridge is not in its drawing, it is in its construction, in the hands that hold the tools and the unity of purpose that keeps us aligned. The bridge I see when I think of CISA rests on shared values of equity, resilience, and care for the earth. Each choice we make, how we use our water, how we grow our food and treat one another, lays its planks. Beneath it flows a single current of togetherness, reminding us that we either cross as one or we don't cross at all. CISA is not a bridge we can buy or borrow. It is one we must build with our own hands, our own ideas, and our own will. It is a living expression of a people turning vision into reality. We are building across the waters of uncertainty, vulnerability, and dependence toward a new shore called sustainability. Our bridge begins with the people it is built to carry. And today, before we speak of provisions, policies, or plans, I want to take you to where it truly finds its meaning in the imagination of our children. Last week, I visited students at the Halliday Smith Primary School to ensure that the words I speak today are not mine alone, but echo the voices, ideas, and feelings of fellow young people. Before going, I sought not just to teach them, but to learn and discover what CISA means through their eyes. And what they shared was powerful and promising, connecting directly with CISA's 7 pillars, each one alive in color and conviction. They drew homes lined with solar panels, reflecting CISA's vision of energy independence and our potential as a sunshine state. They showed that sustainable settlements must be smart, affordable, and safe for all. They drew water catchment systems, reminding us that water sustains life, and even as large ocean states, we must guard every drop. They drew fields filled with crops, forecasting our journey towards self-sufficiency and food security, rooting our resilience in our own soil. They drew recycling bins, showing that a circular economy is not just about policy, but practice, turning waste into worth. Their very art spoke to sustainable industries where creativity opens doors and talent becomes livelihood. And among them was a girl, quiet but radiant, who was deaf and signed, yet not excluded. Her interpreter was her voice, and with her classmates by her side, she spoke volumes. In that moment, health and social protection became more than a pillar, it became a promise. Because sustainability means nothing if people are unwell, unheard, or unseen. It is my hope that their imagination moves beyond paper and flourishes in a society that harnesses and hones their ideas, their dreams, and their goals. A nation that empowers their potential and meets it with opportunity, because CISA's bridge will only stand if the voices that dream it are invited to design it, if the minds that imagine it are trusted to build it, and if the people it is made to carry believe that they belong. The United Nations' 17 Sustainable Development Goals were a global promise. CISA is that promise in local shoes, walking through every space from classrooms to prison cells, ensuring that no one is left behind. We are turning the global agenda into a local reality, one idea, one community, one budget at a time. And if CISA is to truly become that reality, we must listen to what the voices that will shape our future have to say. So, listen to what the youth had to say. I also reached out across high schools and communities and asked, what kind of future do you want this bridge to lead to for young people like you? The responses were as diverse as they were revealing. Many spoke of hope, of a future that is sustainable, bright, and healthy. They described an island where climate change no longer dictates our destiny and where innovation and agriculture work hand in hand to provide for our people while protecting the planet. Others spoke of opportunity, the kind that transforms potential into purpose. They envisioned a St. Kitts and Nevis where education opens doors for all, where scholarships reward merit, and where meaningful work allows every young person to live and plan with dignity. They want to know that effort will be met with opportunity, that hard work still holds weight, and that success is not determined by who you know, but by what you do. Some were courageous enough to speak of frustration about systems that sometimes feel closed or unfair. One respondent from St. Mary's captured it plainly: a future that is fair and offers opportunities to everyone that needs it. Some answers made me smile, like a dream to become millionaires. But even in those simple lines lies a deeper longing that we all share, for comfort, for success, for the freedom to dream boldly. A few simply said they didn't know, but that too matters. Because when a young person cannot yet see where they fit into the future, it means our bridge remains unfinished. Across every voice, one truth was clear. We, the youth, refuse to stand by as the bridge is built. We want to be included in laying its planks so that the future we inherit reflects our blueprint as well. Our message is simple. Do not build this bridge for us, build it with us. And that must be our compass. If CISA is to move from vision to reality, then our budgets, partnerships, and investments must reflect the priorities of the youth themselves. Education, employment, innovation, fairness, and environmental sustainability. Because a bridge like this will not stand on vision alone. It will stand on participation and on how well we invest in the people who carry it forward. In that spirit, I thank the government for its openness to this very process, for inviting our voices into national dialogue and allowing inclusion to move from principle to practice, ensuring that the bridge we are building belongs to all of us. My presence today on this stage is no accident. It is CISA in motion, CISA manifested. My inclusion here is yet another example that for this government, youth is priority business. Thank you, and I trust that I do justice to the youth of this nation at this pivotal time. A bridge, no matter how impressive its design, is much more than its blueprint. Around the globe, bridges collapse not from design but neglect, warnings ignored until time ran out. In 2018, Italy's Morandi Bridge collapsed. 43 lives lost in a moment, and with it fell trust. A warning of what neglect does to systems meant to keep us safe. It showed the world what happens when responsibility is postponed and accountability delayed. Collapse is really sudden. It is the slow reward of neglect. And so, I think of us, of CISA, our bridge still being built. I think of the youth who continue to call, not for promises, but for participation. The question that lingers is, are we listening or are we waiting? Youth inclusion in national budgeting must be strategic and sustained. Locally, we bear witness to what becomes possible when young people are not only consulted, but mobilized to design solutions. Within the St. Kitts National Youth Parliament Association, we are partnering with the Ministry of Social Development to lead a national outreach effort, mobilizing citizens through dialogue, education, and awareness as we prepare to amend social protection legislation. This process, informed by youth innovation, guided by government, and rooted in collaboration, exemplifies what national partnership can look like when we move as one. Imagine this replicated across every CISA pillar: youth driving community-led action, leaders guiding the course, and government providing the resources to bring it to life. I work at the Ministry of Environment, Climate Action, and Constituency Empowerment at the feet of the Honorable Dr. Joyelle Clark. I am 19 years old. I do not know how she sees me, but I can say that I feel more than just an executive research officer. I am not just a checkbox for options. I am a valued member of a team who is constantly asked to collaborate. For CISA, this is what we need. It is evident that government alone cannot sustain these ambitions. To scale progress, we must strengthen the capacity of our institutions and civil society to design and deliver projects that are capable of attracting and managing development aid. Diplomacy opens doors, but readiness determines what can enter. Capacity building, therefore, must be treated as a national investment, empowering organizations to translate ideas into viable, bankable action. When partnerships are grounded in people, progress becomes collective. This is not a handout, but shared responsibility, cultivating the skills, systems, and support needed to sustain the bridge we are building together. Investing in the development of our people is not just social progress, it is economic prudence. When youth are included in national projects and equipped through intentional capacity building, two goals are achieved at once. We accelerate the sustainable development goals while preparing citizens with the skills and knowledge that our economy demands. This is the symbiosis between youth involvement and nation building. When we invest in potential, we strengthen performance. CISA is now. It is a living movement that calls each of us to innovate together and bring its promise to life. Togetherness, then, is not just about youth building a bridge. It is about a nation carrying it. It is about the Honorable Dr. Terence Joe seeing me, believing in me, and taking it a step further to trust me with this opportunity today. Mr. Prime Minister, I thank you on behalf of all youth. I encourage you in the good work that you continue to undertake with the Cabinet towards our CISA. It is about systems that listen, businesses that lead ethically, communities that care, and citizens who choose curiosity over comfort. Leaders, show and teach CISA in classrooms, churches, workplaces, and councils. People, learn the pillars and find your place on the bridge. Because CISA is not the government, CISA is society. It is you, it is me, it is all of us deciding each day that sustainability is not someone else's duty, but our collective destiny. As we build, the world is watching, not with pity for a small island, but with respect for a brave one. St. Kitts and Nevis is proving that size is not strength, sustainability is. Every bridge, if built well, outlives its builders. CISA is the bridge we are building for those who will stand here after us to walk further and freer than we ever could. They are the reason sustainable development is not optional but imperative. They are the generations who must cross what we have built and repair the natural world we have too long mismanaged. The question is not whether the bridge will stand, it is whether we will keep building and making the necessary adaptive adjustments for the times. So today, I refuse to see a gap between generations or sectors or dreams. I see a single span rising from imagination, anchored in collaboration, reaching toward a 2040 horizon. CISA is right here, right now. It is not a phrase to be recited. It is the embodiment of our collective mission, turning conversations into action, building a sustainable island state together. Thank you.
Every day we make choices. Like using less, so there's more for all of us. Choices that feed us and support each other. Caring for each other, so we all stay strong. Turning waste into something that works. creating with our hands, building with our hearts, making homes safer and communities stronger. Lighting the way with clean energy. Together, we are CISA.
Mr. Robinson, I would like to say to you this morning that if you are representative and indicative of the youth intervention in our future, I am very hopeful, and I think I speak for everybody here today. Well done. At this point in time, I am really happy that we're able to have an open floor dialogue. Today is about conversation. It goes both ways. You've heard a lot this morning. And before we take a break and refresh ourselves to come back for a second section this afternoon, I think it's very important now for me to open the floor. The microphones are in the aisles. For those of you who have any interventions or questions to ask about the presentation so far this morning, I invite you and welcome you to do so at this time. Just make your way to the microphone and we have an opportunity to have conversation with each other this morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I wish to say that this is the most progress that I have seen in this federation in a first-term administration. It ain't even done yet. Next, the St. Kitts Music Festival was a spectacular event. It has delivered in every area intended at its inception. It touched every business sector in St. Kitts Nevis. However, now is the time for it to have its own venue. So I wish to encourage all to start working on a venue for the St. Kitts Music Festival for next year. It should not be difficult to do. Remember, to set up Warner Park as a venue for music festival, everything is imported, so we're building from scratch. It interrupts cricket and football. Do you remember when we had international cricket and music festival over 2 weekends? Music festival has outgrown Warner Park. Also, we had cricket scheduled here in the Federation for the 3rd to the 25th of July. No games were allowed to be played in Warner Park. Also, it was a struggle to prepare to host Australia at the end of July. If there was a heavy shower, you couldn't get it done. The stands cannot be used in Warner Park when there's music festival. You know all the cricket stands? They're useless to us. It was chaotic to move from the main stage area to the food court and restrooms area. Also, we can build a second stage which will eliminate the long wait for changeover at the, in the new venue. You could build a second stage. Now the Cricket West Indies Rising Star Under-19 Championship is the cricket I referred to earlier. We had 8 teams, 32 matches, 4 venues in St. Kitts and Nevis. There were 2 teams from the USA. I can tell you that many small businesses and other entrepreneurs benefited greatly from such. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent and remained right here in St. Kitts. Hear this, that same tournament is scheduled to be staged in St. Kitts Nevis over the next 2 years. As it is, we are the best host to such. Who know what next? We have many cricket facilities in St. Kitts. However, they have now passed their original purpose. When a tournament, as that one just gone, or even any other, but this one gone, is being held, quite a number of shortfalls are observed. The pavilions can only accommodate players and match officials. You have to install side screens which blocks out the view of to the field. So for seeing the games, you have to provide tents, etc., for the CA and PMOs to see the games. Also, there are no accommodation for spectators and other match officials. It is time to revisit those venues and build or erect facilities with bars and toilet facilities. Matches were not played in Warner Park because of the music festival. I felt it for the youths that they could not play in the international venue. There were many families, spectators who traveled with their teams and they couldn't sit in a pavilion. They scrabbled in the sun and just left sometime, most of the time. At these facilities, we need at least 4 flagpoles to be erected at each venue. We need to enforce upkeep and maintenance of these facilities. Next, the sugar factory. When we were here last, a gentleman showed me a plan he has put forward for the sugar factory area. He said nothing has been done, nobody recognized him. To me, it's a good plan. I drove around here yesterday to see what's happening at the old sugar factory. Nothing. It needs looking after. Either that gentleman's plan or we put something in place. There is one thing for me from the last time we were here. I haven't heard it mentioned anywhere at any time. And I would say in due time, it will happen. But I will just mention it. The police and fire station at the Southeast Peninsula. It doesn't matter that it doesn't happen, but I believe it will happen. But just a reminder, I haven't heard it mentioned any time. And with what is intended to happen, as advertised or put forward, you could try and get those people to build it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I know Honorable Henderson and Honorable Duggins are very much here. They heard what you have to say, and I'm quite sure they will take it into consideration. Mr. Edinburgh, if you would, welcome you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm of the firm view that when I was invited to this forum today, that I was not invited just to listen and to applaud, but to make a contribution as a citizen, a national citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis, to this all-important discussion. The FS said during his discourse, good governance begins with listening. And so I am hoping that not only the audience would listen, but the executive will. I'm one who like to apply to everything that I think about 3 disciplines there is strategic thinking, there is engineering thinking, and there is critical thinking. While I prefer to see myself as a critical thinker, if you do not understand the differences between all these three disciplines of thinking, there are times, as over time, things will go awry. The youth presenter, and I make good notice of that, he said, when young persons can't see where they fit into the future, then the bridge is incomplete. He went on to reference that many times it is not in the planning, but in the maintenance of the bridge that things collapse. And then he spoke to the collapse of the bridge in Italy. My own research tells me that it's two matters that affected. One was a design flaw. Two was neglect, because when the design flaw was recognized, the person thought that it should not be corrected. In the Chamber's President report, he spoke to a decline in CBI inflows. And he mentioned the efforts of the government to diversify the economy, and he spoke about the importance of direct foreign investments into our economy in terms of bringing in new money. But he ended with speaking about the SSZ. And he spoke about flaws. He has not mentioned one extremely, in fact, maybe the only or the most important aspect of this act. It is the ratification process in Section 7 of that act. And everything that he wants to happen is embedded in that section. Because every proposal must come back to Parliament for the first time. I think in the history of the Caribbean, that's such an act that is enabling has such a clause. And so every project that is recommended or proposed will get the opportunity for the discussions that he wants. Because he speaks about the ease of doing business, but yet he seems to be asking for 100-page legislation, which will certainly create difficulty in advancing in business. And so I'm just saying that, yes, when there's need to revisit and fix areas that are flawed, of course, and by all means, do it. But don't ask for something that you already say will prevent investors from coming if there are difficulties. I also listened very carefully and looked at the 7 pillars of CISA that has been delivered. And while I listened and I heard, I am yet to hear one of the most significant contributions to this country outlined. And so in my opinion, in my humble opinion, this is a design flaw that must be corrected. Because even though for the 3 years of this administration, the most have been provided under CISA is for human development and wealth creation and regeneration. For example, the Aspire program. It provides an opportunity to encourage savings. It provides an opportunity for entrepreneurship. But for me, most importantly, it provides financial education. That is where wealth building will be found. But it was not mentioned. And I believe it's because it is not focused. You ask around the country, and I have, about CISA and its pillars, and people will ask, what's in that for me? People will say, well, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the pillars are. That is the truth. They do. And it's not for the lack of information, because there's information there. It is because they feel as though it offers them nothing individually. Wealth creation, wealth generation is personal. If they know that it is there, if they can look at the pillars and see that it is there, then it's more likely to attract them. Rather than having to look under another pillar that they feel is about something else. For example, sustainable living. Land distribution was done there. For the first time in the history of St. Kitts, in 50 years, nationals were able to own land without paying a single cent. And I say in 50 years, because in 50 years, the lands, or 50 years ago, sorry, the lands were nationalized by Sir Robert in the name of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. This year, citizens were provided with land. That document, that real property, and the Prime Minister referred to it, is wealth. But yet, does the citizen know that? Does the citizen understand how to attract the benefits from that piece of wealth that he now has in his hand? I believe, in my humble opinion, that wealth creation needs to be extracted from the other areas where they are, because it's nothing new, it's there. For example, again, increase of the minimum wage. It creates wealth building now and in the future. It provides you with a better disposable income now. But when you retire, it also provides you with a better pension that you take into death. But it is not mentioned. And I say it is not mentioned because there is not a pillar that says wealth creation. It's not that it is not done. And so if we are to recognize that engineering flaws at this moment, we need to correct it now. Not to wait like the Italians did and then ended up with a bridge that collapsed. I believe, and I will invite young people and older people too, to look at the definitions for these 3 disciplines of thinking. Strategic thinking, critical thinking, and engineering thinking, and mark the differences. Because if you do not, you will not understand why you need all three to create the best plan that you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. I'm seeing a student. This looks like Immaculate Conception School. Very happy to see you. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I have two questions. A short one, I think, has to relate more with environmental sustainability, and a longer one, which relates more to students in particular. My first question is if public transportation is part of the national budget for 2026. I realize that St. Kitts is a very car-centric island. You really need a car to get anywhere. And while buses do exist and they're affordable, they don't really go everywhere you need them to go. So I was wondering if the government would be spending money next year to increase the quality of public transportation and to have public transportation go to more locations.
And your second question?
I turn my attention to the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister. I'm hoping they remember me from the independence lecture earlier this year. I do ask, I realize that many students from St. Kitts and Nevis may want to become doctors, engineers, lawyers, but have to spend a lot of money going abroad, a lot of money taking up CXCs that they may not have. Now, I was wondering if the budget for 2026, or even plans for legislation in 2026, would allow more students to either be trained here in St. Kitts, in the already existing university campuses, if there would be expanded educational opportunities or higher educational opportunities in St. Kitts, or if it would be made easier and more accessible for students to go abroad within the Caribbean, of course, to get this higher education. I don't want opportunities in St. Kitts to be given to the wealthy only, or those with connections, or friends in high places, or go to the right school. It is not fair to everyone. It's true in St. Kitts that if my mother were a janitor and my father were a construction worker, I probably couldn't go to university, no matter how bright I was, because I simply could not afford it. I couldn't afford the plane ticket, I couldn't afford all the CXCs, and I could not afford the university tuition. It is not fair that those in St. Kitts and Nevis who are not born into the right situation are not able to be given the opportunities they deserve and the opportunities that would benefit St. Kitts immensely. Even so, the fact that you have to go so far abroad to get all this education may make people want to leave St. Kitts for these better opportunities and live abroad, further causing more people who could work in St. Kitts with their high-skilled jobs to leave St. Kitts and go to places for better pay, or better this, or better that, or more opportunities. It is not fair to all of us, not just the impoverished, that it is so difficult to get higher education or access higher education in St. Kitts and Nevis. I really and sincerely hope that the Labour government is making plans and is accounting for this problem.
Thank you so much. You asked two very important questions, and I would like because I'm very glad the Minister of Education, Deputy Prime Minister Hanley, is here. So if we can get a microphone to the front. There has been a lot done to expand educational opportunities. And although I'm not a part of the government, I'm very pleased to say that there are opportunities available to all, regardless of circumstances, to pursue higher education in St. Kitts and Nevis. I am not born here. I'm not a citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis. I chose to make St. Kitts and Nevis my home. And I remember when I came here about 12 years ago, one of the things that I was very, very impressed with were the number of people who had degrees. And not only that, it stuck out to me coming from Antigua and Barbuda, how many people under age 40 had PhDs. And that is indicative of what the government does. So I am going to ask for a microphone to come to the front so that Deputy Prime Minister Hanley can speak to the educational opportunities being offered.
Thank you very much, Ebony, and thank you very much, student, for your question. Indeed, it's always good when our young people get an opportunity to express themselves. But one of the things I would like to share with you is that in St. Kitts and Nevis, we have equal opportunities for persons to advance their education. It doesn't matter your socioeconomic status or background. At least I remember in my days growing up, only certain areas you would have been able to get an opportunity. But over the years, this would have changed, and the tray seller children were allowed to go to university to become doctors, lawyers, engineers. If I can personalize it, Honorable Marsha Henderson Mothers worked in a factory on the industrial side, and she is a lawyer. My mother sold black pudding and goat water, and I turned out to be something, and your sister as well is a medical doctor. So the opportunities are there. It's for us to make sure that we tap into them. Since I became the minister, education has been a passion or excelling, and it's because of a personal thing for me. Being the 16th child of my mother and being the first of my mother's children to even have a formal education, I have been a pusher for this, and as a result, we have seen the most scholarships being offered to our students in St. Kitts and Nevis at this time. Taiwan alone, 28. From the Open University of Tanzania, they have since gave 28 again to our teachers the first time ever. In Morocco as well, we have 35 scholarship opportunities. And I must also say this, from experienced students, the scholarships are available, and there are times when we are not tapping into them. And other countries, they are capitalizing on, if St. Kitts get 35, and for some reason we are saying, I don't want to go to Morocco, or I don't want to do Taiwan, and only 9 students or 10 students get those opportunities. Other countries, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and the others, they are capitalizing on our scholarships. And what is going to happen? 5 years, 10 years from now, those same persons, they are going to be heading to St. Kitts to take up jobs that we could have been occupying. So the opportunities are there, and we continue to work to ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Yes, I want to really thank the young man for standing up. I think he's brave, and I think he's asking questions that need to be answered as well. Put your hands together for him. We must encourage our young people more. I want to say to him, since he mentioned labor, I would respond with labor. In 1967, the Labour Party was one of the first parties to bring to the whole Caribbean comprehensive secondary education. That means that even if your grandmother or mother would have been working in the sugarcane field, you had the opportunity without having to pay 1 cent to go to high school. For us here in St. Kitts and Nevis today, it may not seem like it was something revolutionary, but that was one of the most revolutionary things done in the Caribbean in the 1960s to ensure
that our people could go to high school. It was not a right. It was a privilege then, and Labour made it a right. So you had to go to school until you were 16. And if you did not go to school until you were 16, you were pursued by the truancy officer, and your parents could not keep you away from school. And I say that as a background to say that we have always believed in education. There are countries in the Caribbean that still don't have common entrance exam, where people have to sit an exam and not guaranteed a certain quality of secondary education. In our St. Kitts and Nevis, a student in Sandy Point has as much opportunity as a student in Keon, has as much opportunity as a student in Virtual, because we believe in equity of our educational system. Not just Bastia High School, who used to dominate back then, when it used to be called grammar school. But this year we saw Virtual topping the list of schools in terms of performance. That comes from the idea of comprehensive secondary education and equity to the student. The other thing I would like to add, under this Labour administration, we saw the expansion of university opportunities. And the Right Honorable Dr. Denzel Douglas is here. In his time, part of his vision was to have one university, at least one university graduate from each household in St. Kitts and Nevis. That is why we have so many students, or so many people with PhDs who are less than 40, that which Ebony would have spoken about. That was part of a strategy. And to put it to, now, what we have done is that we have eradicated obstacles to education. We have made CFBC free for the first time in our history. So those who go to CFBC, don't take it for granted that you don't have a tuition to pay. Just 2.5 years or 3 years ago, maybe 2 years ago, you had a tuition that you had to pay. We took away tuition. So all you have to do is pass your exams and qualify and walk in the gates of CFBC. So we have gone from secondary education to tertiary level education. We have done that, no barrier. The other thing that we have done is that at the development bank, because you are right, the last administration, and I'll talk frank because you mentioned it, they had stopped paying economic costs for law students and medical students at UWI. What did that result in? Exactly what you are saying, student. Excellent observation. That if you had a lady who's selling a tray, and her child was bright, and she can't afford a loan, that child ain't going to law school. That child couldn't go to medical school. And I said no. And so we reinstituted paying the tuition costs, or what we call economic costs, for all law students and all medical students, so that we can have lawyers and doctors coming from all sections of St. Kitts and Nevis, and not just those who come from homes where their parents can afford it. That is a policy. Ask them today. So if you call the law students in Jamaica, all of their economic costs is paid. If you ask a medical student, all of their economic costs is paid, because we saw a decline. When I look at the numbers, I started to see a decline in the number of people coming from homes that are not rich, getting into law and medicine. And guess what? We have seen the numbers going back up. For example, Zobeda Springer from constituency number 6, she's from Sadlers. Bright, but she could not have afford to go to law school. But she is now in law school because her economic cost is paid. And even though she does not come from a home that has a lot of money, she is now pursuing a law degree. Yes, I am speaking of Keandre Weeks, for example, from Keon. He is the first Kittitian to have gone to the Eastern Caribbean court as an intern in its history. He topped school in Barbados. And as a result of our policy, where he does not have to pay economic costs, he even had to take a time out of law school. And I asked him, what is this about? What is this about? And it's because there were economic constraints, because he is the product of a teenage mother. And because of the policy, Keandre is now in law school. He interned at the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, the first in our history. So if you think of any legal luminary, he was the first one to have done it. And he was the product of a teenage pregnancy, a humble teacher mother from K-On, because of our policy. And then the last thing I would like to add, at the Development Bank, access to education, we are talking. I went into Development Bank when I became the Minister of Finance. And I said, look, I want to see how your student loans are structured. One of the things that I recognize is that when people go for a loan at Development Bank, while they are studying, they were obligated to pay the interest rate. So I asked them, if you have a mother who is a single mother and has 2 children, and her child wants to go to university, for example, and she comes for a loan, you are telling me she might be working for maybe $400 or $500 a week, and out of that, she still has to pay the interest of a child in university? I told Development Bank to freeze that interest, and the interest will start to be paid 4.25 years after the first disbursement of that loan. Yes, that's the present policy. So that if you go to university and you go to Development Bank to get a loan, under that platform, you would not have to pay interest. And the interest is frozen. It does not accumulate. It's as if the loan starts 4.5 years later, and you would not accumulate any interest during the 4.5 years. That's saving. And when we calculate the savings of all of that, you'll be saving thousands of dollars, which you can contribute. But the other thing we did, we brought the interest on student loans under that plan to the lowest interest ever, to make sure that people who are not so financially endowed can have access to financing. And in addition to that, as the Deputy Prime Minister said, we have the most scholarships available ever. Look at Southern University. You can get somebody who is not rich through the Development Bank plan and the agreement we have with Southern University. You can get them into a university in the United States of America. It is extremely difficult to get such financial assistance to go to a university in the United States of America. So we matched it. So now you can go get a Southern University certificate or degree at a very affordable cost. And when you look at the people who have gone to Southern University, they aren't the rich and the famous, or those who have a lot. You'll go and see, ask them who their mother is, who their father is. Just working class, ordinary people. Again, a policy that has expanded education to our people. So I want to say to you, and I agree with you, education should never be a privilege, it should be a right. And that is why we have made even college free and allowed Development Bank, or told Development Bank, to create a very affordable college loan for a working class family to be able to afford. And we will continue to search for scholarship wide across the Caribbean, even in Africa, for all of our people. And lastly, I will say, right, so Morocco is now offering 60 scholarships, and a lot of them are not being taken up. Southern University has more well-affordable scholarships, and we are not picking them up. Cuba still have a lot of medical scholarships, and we are not still picking them up. Taiwan also has, and we're not picking them up, to the point where other countries are saying, well, if St. Kitts want them, give them to us. So students, please, we have opportunities for you. Take advantage of them. Educate yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. So I hope your question was answered. And again, we thank you for asking. Yes, thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to follow on from that discussion. And first of all, I wanted to commend the 2 young men that asked questions. I have to say I was personally very inspired to see our young men stepping up. We normally see the women, the young women stepping up in society and asking questions. But I was very heartened to see that we have brave young men who are very articulate in relation to what they were saying, what their needs were, etc. And just following on from the topic of scholarships, just to put a plug in for the French, there are a lot of French scholarship opportunities. The Prime Minister spoke about Morocco. The problem is a lot of our young people don't speak French. And recently I was at a meeting that they had because we were trying to become a member, associate member of the Francophonie because of our French history. And one of the things that was discussed, and I was very happy, and I'm very happy that the Ministry of Education has pursued this, is introducing the DELF system, the DELF program into our school system. Because to get into a French university, you must have a certain level. I think for university, it must be a B2 level, and you start from A1, A2, B1, B2. So the younger our students begin to learn French and take advantage of the opportunities in school, the more we'll be able to take advantage and capitalize on those opportunities. And in relation to the question that the student from the ICCS asked in relation to opportunities in the region, there are a lot of French universities in Guadeloupe and Martinique as well, and tertiary education is free in French countries. So if we do have that level, the proficiency, to be able to take advantage of the French and learn it from a young age, I would say you would have to start. I mean, I started learning French in grade 3. I know all the primary schools don't have it from that age, but if you have the opportunity in high school, you start from as early as you can because you have to grow with the language. And then just moving on, I was so inspired by this gentleman here. I can't pronounce your name.
Robinson.
Yes, I was really inspired by how articulate he was and the way he presented himself. And the fact that he's 19 years old, and one of the observations I have about our young people, especially young men, they're waiting. A lot of them are sitting around waiting for opportunities. So I had this suggestion, and young people, please don't kill me, but it's a suggestion. You know, in old days, and I know in Guyana and different countries, you have to do like 1 year of national service after you finish school. It's mandatory. And there are a lot of areas where we can get experience and exposure because he's working with the Ministry of Sustainable Development. And I really applaud the Minister for Sustainable Development because if he feels seen and he's able to say that so pointedly, that he feels seen and he feels heard, that's a testament to her leadership in that ministry. So I'm very happy to hear that, and I'm very proud of what she's doing in relation to that. But there are other areas like police, fire, education, schools, community centers, etc., where our young people can be asked to do a certain minimum number of hours of volunteering. And that not only helps to supplement the resources which are lacking in some of these areas, but it also helps to build them. It helps to build them as young people. They learn trades, they learn skills, they learn to relate to people of different walks in society, the elder, etc. And I think that could be something that we should look into. I know we've sort of moved away from national service and we probably never had like mandatory military service and things like that. But I think that that's something that we should look at more because it would make our young people more involved. And if a crisis ever occurs, we would have more hands on deck to be able to respond. So I just wanted to just make that input, and thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure if Prime Minister would like to mention anything about it, but you did say that there's a volunteerism program that's being worked on as we speak, which will allow this to happen. So the thoughts are there and work is being done, and I'm very glad to hear you speak about language and early introduction, because when we look at the pass rates at CXC, it could be better. And that will only happen if we introduce it to our children earlier, give them the opportunity to learn these languages and avail themselves of educational opportunities. Go right ahead, ma'am. Welcome.
Hi, good morning again. I have two questions. For a while, we have been hearing that there will be a new Bastia High School, and it would be a technologically modern school. This then poses a question: are there any plans to modernize the other schools in St. Kitts? As one of the previous speakers stated, that they would like to put more funding into the schools. If so, what are the plans? And if not, why? And if no, why not? This question is for the Minister of Education. And another question I have is, the youths are one of our most important assets, and a lot of accidents have been happening in school. Will there be an introduction to nurses within the schools to help in aiding these accidents, as not all schools are as fortunate as me to be close to a hospital?
Thank you so much. Very
You're
important
welcome.
questions. Go right ahead. We'll take a few questions and then we'll ask for the responses.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kayla Penny, representing the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College and also the St. Kitts National Youth Parliament Association. So earlier this morning, the Financial Secretary asked a thought-provoking question. Can we balance fiscal discipline with social investment? Building on that, I'd like to ask, how do we ensure that the generations to come continue to benefit from the foundations laid by our current administration, even in the event of a change in government? In other words, how does this 2026 budget ensure continuity of vision beyond electoral timelines so that national development remains a generational vision rather than just a short-term plan? As a young citizen, I'm not only concerned about what's being spent this year, but about whether the nation we're building today will stand strong decades from now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am in the center, and then young man, and then we'll wrap up this part of the session. Good morning.
So I just wanted to take note of the pillar of progress, which is number 2. And according to Maslow hierarchy of needs, we see that food and water are basic needs that we all need as humans to be comfortable. And so up to yesterday morning after I left, I heard that water went where I live. And so I came home, it still was not there up to this morning. It came back after I was already ready to leave. So I got through because I have the cistern, but I'm not sure about how others got through. So I just wanted to take, for us to, as individuals, to take the power of responsibility for ourselves. And also, as an intervention, I'm not sure if it's already implemented, but if for water security, if like each home can have cisterns, like each home have their amount of water they could have for themselves. So
Very good recommendation. Yes, thank you so much for that. And Sarah?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, as a young man running 2 small businesses, clothing and photography, the hardest thing is to obtain funding, especially as a 16-year-old, to get my vision and my talent out there on the streets of St. Kitts and Nevis. Would youth entrepreneurship opportunities be included in the budget 2026?
That's your question? Yes. Thank you so much. And the minister is here for that, so I'm sure he can give you an answer. So we're going to get some very quick answers to those questions for those persons who asked. We have the microphone in front still. Do we want to start with education? There was quite a bit there. Minister?
Thank you very much for the question as it relates to the New Bastia High School. I think you saw it on the screen earlier. And much work is being done, especially behind the scenes, as things would be shipping into St. Kitts very shortly. Of course, being a modern school, it is also the intention of the government to ensure that other schools are renovated. And this is something that we have already started in terms of upgrades, electrical upgrades in a number of schools. Right now, we are working on upgrades in connectivity because we are making some of our spaces smart classrooms. I must say from the onset, the New Bastia High School will be multi-purpose, meaning there are opportunities where students from different schools will have access to the Bastia High School, both in terms of classes, etc., in terms of certain labs, because St. Kitts is extremely small and we can't have the same things in all of the schools. A case in point, one of the features that is going to be in the New Bastia High School is a driving school, a simulation. That is not something we can put in all of our high school, but students from the DLD secondary school will be allowed to go to the Bastia High School to take their driving classes and utilize the facility like other areas, as I said. The question with the nursing, I must say that we have presently that exists in the Bastia High School. It is something that we are going to work towards, but we are still in a safe space because the other schools, they are connected or placed extremely close to clinics or hospitals. So in the event of any major emergency, the wait time or the rush would not be too challenging. And of course, we have our safe school policy that guides all of this, and it's our intention to ensure that the space that our students are educated is always safe, fun, and of course, they get the best use out of it. I think those are the two that were posed to me. Yes, the smart classroom, the connectivity. Yes, thank you.
And we have the new ambulances now, so that will make getting to a healthcare facility much easier.
5 plus the 4 that were fix up, so we have quite a lot.
Fantastic. Minister Duggins.
Yes, good morning. And I want to commend the young man for pushing towards entrepreneurship at such an early age. Also, yes, he deserves a round of applause for 16-year-old entrepreneur. And I want to say, while the government continues to make effort to provide financing to all entrepreneurs, whether through grant funding or opportunities through bank funding, which is more loans, we have developed a program in collaboration with the St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla National Bank, which we call Building Bankable Businesses. And that program helps to educate our entrepreneurs on how to really become more feasible to ensure that our entrepreneurs understand what the banks are looking for when they go to the bank for financing. And so I would like to encourage you to visit the Ministry of Small Business to ensure that you could be enlisted in such a program. And they'll be training you as to how to become more bankable. So when you approach the bank for financing, the bank will then look at you more favorably. Because our financial institutions, I guarantee you, will fund almost any business that guarantees to be able to finance that loan. And if you make yourself more bankable, you'll have an easier access to generate funding for your businesses where you could be more profitable and more successful. I look forward to seeing you as a part of the program. Okay?
Thank you, Minister. Regrettably, Minister Maynard is not here, but I'm sure PM can speak to the other areas with regard to water sustainability.
Right. So on the water matter, one of the first measures we took when we came into office on the CISA, it is a pillar, is that, as was mentioned, air is the most fundamental. After air, water, and then food. The air, we have it free. You don't have to generate it. It's just available in the environment, in the atmosphere. However, water and food, we must intervene to make sure that our people have access. We took the decision because when we look at climate change, and St. Kitts is now a water-scarce country. It is one of the most water-scarce country on the planet because of climate change. We went ahead with our plan, and we invested immediately over $50 million to secure us when it comes to water. Right now, we are building a 2 million gallon desalination plant, which cost us tens of millions of dollars. And I want to really thank Minister Conwys Maynard, who is not here at this time, who is leading that effort. He's away on government's business. And that desalination plant is now in the final stretch. They are now testing it. That is where we have reached. And we have built it to sustain Category 5 hurricanes, sustainability, making sure. And it has the capacity to go up to 4 million gallons, building for the future. The same thing that was mentioned. I'm not talking just about now, but But in the future, as water demand goes up, would we have a supply that can really meet the demand for then? And so the other thing we have done in Keon, as you know, which was one of the most deprived areas in St. Kitts when it comes to water, we dug a well that cost us millions of dollars, but we found the purest water. It's as if God had it there and said, come. The water was so pure, we tested it multiple times. Not one speck of bacteria or virus. The electrolyte content or the mineral content was perfect. Perfect. So that is why you see us drinking the water. We didn't have to treat it. We just took it straight from the source and drank it. And we found that water, and now Keon has a more reliable source of water. In addition to that, we have also invested in what we call the geotechnical type of approach to identify where there's more water on the ground. And the water engineer is here, Mr. Williams, and he has informed me on the ministry. He informed me, I spoke to him. He said that the company is already procured and they have received their mobilization fund and they are to start drilling in the other parts of St. Kitts and Nevis before November is end. Do I have it right, Mr. Williams? All right, so he's saying yes. So again, we are serious when we say we want 24/7 water for all our people. We are combining drilling and we are combining it with desalination. However, I must say to all of us, I think they say in the water department, every drop counts. Water is precious and every drop counts. Water is life and every drop counts. We still have to conserve as much as we can conserve. Let us not waste it. Let us not bathe and be brushing our teeth at the same time, or you're brushing your teeth and you have the water running. Let us not have the water running to wash one plate. You might think it's a little thing, but all of us doing a little amounts to a lot. As we say in St. Kitts and Nevis, one full basket. So let us all do our little in our homes to conserve water and energy. This is part of building a sustainable island state and helping us to become more resilient and less vulnerable. So yes, we have invested tens of millions of dollars in water, and by December, I am told, and the water engineer is here, our desalination plant will be turned on, and that should supply about 60% of the residents in St. Kitts and Nevis with 24/7 water, and then we have not left the other areas out. We're actually going to start drilling in November so we can have wells all around. And in the third pillar, we are going to have water treatment plants. The first water treatment plant will be established in Shadwell. We have 2 wells there that together they can produce about 1 million gallons. However, that water is not as pure as it is in Keon because of climate change. So we are going to set up a treatment center, water treatment facility in the Shadwell area to treat another 1,000,000 gallons almost, between 700,000 and a million. Water engineer, have it right? Somewhere there, I think he's here. Between 700,000 and 1 million gallon, so that can also come in. So we intend to end this water issue within the next 12 months or so. And that is because of CISA, and that is because of a strategy to make sure that our people have access to 24/7 water. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. And so that brings us to the end of our morning session, setting the stage for progress. We ran over by a little bit, but I thought it was important, especially because we had so much youth interventions, to be able to give them a voice. We spoke about making their contributions meaningful, and at least as moderator this morning, I can do my part in making that happen, because we have so many of them here. Thank you for coming. We take a short break, 30 minutes, and then we return with the afternoon session and further interventions. We invite you. You're going to take 10 minutes now? Okay, we're taking a 10-minute break. We're taking a 10-minute break, and then we're returning for the afternoon session.
CISA is us, CISA is all of we. Yo, from sunshine to pure clean energy, we are building a future sustainably. Water flowing and food growing. St. Kitts and Nevis, CISA we embracing. We are building homes for our sustainability to bring brighter days and a stronger economy. Healthcare for everyone. Join the movement, transform our islands. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we.
With CISA, we are stronger and free. Yes, CISA is all of we. Let's strive to make sustainability the motto for our country.
CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all of we. sustainability to bring brighter days and a stronger economy. Healthcare for everyone. Join the movement, transform our islands. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all are we.
With CISA, we are stronger and free. Yes, CISA is all are we. Let's strive to make sustainability the motto for our country.
CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all are we. brighter days and a stronger economy. Healthcare for everyone. Join the movement, transform our islands. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all are we.
With CISA, we are stronger and free. Yes, CISA is all are we. Let's strive to make sustainability the motto for our country.
CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all are we. sustainably. Water flowing and food growing. Same kids and here we see, so we embracing. We are building homes for our sustainability to bring brighter days and a stronger economy. Healthcare for everyone. Join the movement, transform our islands. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all are we.
With CISA, we are stronger and free. Yes, CISA is all are we. Let's strive to make sustainability the motto for our country.
CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all are we.
Half of our session. So we invite you to make your entrance back into the hall so that we can get a start.
Sisa is you, Sisa is me, Sisa is us, Sisa is all of we. Yeah, yeah. Sisa is you, Sisa is me, Sisa is us, Sisa is all of we. Yo, from sunshine to pure clean energy, we are building a future sustainably. Water flowing and food growing, St. Kitts and Nevis, Sisa we embracing. We are building homes for our sustainability to bring brighter days and a stronger economy. Healthcare for everyone. Join the movement, transform our islands. Sisa is you. Sisa is me. Sisa is us. Sisa is all of we.
With Sisa, we are stronger and free. Yes, Sisa is all of we. Let's strive to make sustainability the motto for our country.
Sisa is you. Sisa is me. Sisa is us. Sisa is all of we. Sisa is you. Sisa is me. Sisa is us. Sisa is all of me. Yeah, yeah. Sisa is you. Sisa is me. Sisa is us. Sisa is all of me. Yo, from sunshine to pure clean energy, we are building a future sustainably. Water flowing and food growing. St. Kitts and Nevis, Sisa we embracing. We are building homes for our sustainability to bring brighter days and a stronger economy. Healthcare for everyone. Join the movement, transform our islands. Sisa is you. Sisa is me. Sisa is us. Sisa is all of we.
With Sisa, we are stronger and free. Yes, Sisa is all of we. Let's strive to make sustainability the motto for our country.
Sisa is me. Sisa is us. Sisa is all of we. We are building homes for our sustainability to bring brighter days and a stronger economy. Healthcare for everyone. Join the movement, transform our islands. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all are we.
With CISA, we are stronger and free. Yes, CISA is all are we. Let's strive to make sustainability the motto for our country.
CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all are we. sustainability to bring brighter days and a stronger economy. Healthcare for everyone. Join the movement, transform our islands. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all are we.
With CISA, we are stronger and free. Yes, CISA is all are we. Let's strive to make sustainability the motto for our country.
CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all are we.
make sustainability the motto for our country.
CISA is you, CISA is me, CISA is us, CISA is all are we. CISA is you, CISA is me, CISA is us, CISA is all are we. Yeah, yeah, CISA is you, CISA is me, CISA is us, CISA is all are we. Yo, from sunshine to pure clean energy, we are building a future sustainably. Water flowing and food growing, St. Kitts and Nevis, CISA we embracing. We are building homes for our sustainability to bring brighter days and a stronger economy. Healthcare for everyone. Join the movement, transform our islands. CISA is you. CISA is me. CISA is us. CISA is all are we.
With CISA, we are stronger and free. Yes, CISA is all are we. Let's strive to make sustainability the motto for our country.
When we welcome visitors and vessels that share our vision for a greener planet, we are not just opening our ports, we are opening opportunities for collaboration, innovation, and mutual growth. Every visitor who steps onto our shores becomes a part of our story. They carry with them a piece of our spirit, our warmth, our culture, and our pride as a people. Tourism for us is not only about the economy, it is about identity, excellence, and the way we show the world who we are as a people. So today, on behalf of the government and people of St. Kitts and Nevis, I extend warm, heartfelt welcome to the Star of the Seas, its crew, and its passengers. May this inaugural call mark the beginning of a long, fruitful partnership, one rooted in shared values, sustainability, and progress. And I finally say, once again, welcome to the best place to be in the Caribbean any time of the year, St. Kitts and Nevis. ABL Inc. will transform this property into the symbol of love museum and monuments right here at the Fort Thomas grounds, anchored by a Caribbean Museum of History and an international museum complemented by a wide range of attractions that together will establish Fort Thomas
The project will create significant employment, stimulate local enterprise, and establish Fort Thomas as a new centrepiece of the island's cultural and economic landscape. Our goal is simple: bring more visitors, support filling hotels year-round, and grow the whole tourism economy. The project will create many jobs during construction, and even more so when we open.
As the Prime Minister said earlier, children would be able to come here, or local vendors, and everybody would be able to be a part of what's happening here on the grounds. And so we welcome it because it aligns perfectly with our sustainable tourism agenda.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen of St. Kitts. Jerry here from Royal Utilities. We're at the Bird Rock desalinization plant, and things are progressing very, very well. As you can see behind me, there's machines and men and barges. Everybody's working to put in the intake and the outfall pipes. Things are progressing very, very well. Over the past weekend, we worked a couple of 12-hour shifts back to back, just to avoid any interruption to any of the local businesses in the area. So we're about 90% complete right now, and hopefully in a few weeks we'll be hitting the start button. But things have gone very, very well, and we're really proud to be a part of this project for St. Kitts.
This investment of $1.7 million represents the single largest investment in an ambulance fleet in our history. That we stand proudly, knowing that perseverance has paid off and that the people of St. Kitts and Nevis now have the modern emergency fleet they deserve. So to the management and staff of Joseph N. France General Hospital, and indeed to the entire healthcare workforce, I say thank you. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your professionalism. Thank you for your partnership. Once and for all, we will have ambulances that are well designed for our country, that have the specs to respond to our needs. And we will never, ever say that the ambulance is not available because it's done. Thank you very much for your collaboration and for your kind support.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're refreshed. As we move into session 2 of the National Budget Forum this afternoon, at this point in time, I'd like to invite you to pay keen attention as we proceed into our keynote presentation, which is taking place in the form of a fireside chat under the theme Powering Progress, How Budget 2026 Fuels a Sustainable Island State. This conversation will be guided by none other than Mr. Ian Richards, who is here from the St. Kitts Nevis Information Service, and the panel that he will be chatting with this afternoon and guiding us through this conversation is Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Dr. Terence Drew, the Honorable. We also will welcome again Mr. Carlton Parkson, who is our FinSec, and we invite you to give keen attention, after which we will have another discussion, open the floors and microphones for your interventions, observations, and questions as we proceed in this conversation this afternoon. So I turn it over now to Mr. Richards.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brandon. If we could have the Prime Minister, Mr. Parkson, on stage, please. Gentlemen, welcome to our discussion this afternoon. It's a fireside chat, as we described it as, and I can say that I don't think there's going to be any fire alarms going off as we have this discussion this afternoon. But thank you very much for joining us for this panel. Now, Prime Minister, let's jump right into it because, of course, we're limited on time. Now, this year, the theme for our fireside chat, which is being done for the first time, as you mentioned, is Power in Progress. Our budget 2026 fuels a sustainable island state. Power in Progress suggests acceleration. It speaks about turning plans into real results, having those conversations and turning them into actions. So how would you describe what progress looks like in the everyday lives of citizens, and what will make this year's budget 2026, different from the others?
Thank you very much, Ian, and good afternoon to all once again. As you said, Power in Progress suggests a number of things, including turning plans into action and really putting fire behind the plans so that they're implemented. To make sure that we are implementing at a rate that keeps up with what are the demands and the necessities of our people and of our country. For example, the Sustainable Island State agenda is based on the fact that we cannot wait. Climate change is real. When we first introduced the concept of Sustainable Island State and we spoke about the environment and we have to start preparing now, to some it might have seemed somewhat distant or far off, because what does this have to do with me is a question that would be asked. But when we see what is happening in Jamaica at this particular time, that storm, Melissa, developed in the Caribbean. It didn't come off the coast of Africa. Record time in terms of strengthening from a tropical storm to a Category 5 hurricane that slammed into Jamaica and caused significant damage. And it's so late in the hurricane season. So many things about the storm are so unusual that only climate change will explain why all of this happened. So our Sustainable Island State is really to prepare us to deal with this, which can very likely happen to our country. I am not alarming our people. I've never done it. I'm just saying to our people, we have to prepare, and that is what we have been doing since day one. So I wanted to start on that premise and to say that the Sustainable Island State agenda was formed out of the realities that we are dealing with. And how can we preserve our country, take care of our people, and continue to progress? Now, I would touch on the issue, for example, before we go on. For example, the hospital. When I announced that the first major thing I would want to do in terms of infrastructure was to build a brand new hospital, the question was asked, why a new structure? I remember the question, and that was a very important question. And I took the question in stride because I think sincere people asked the question because they really wanted to know. And I said, because of climate change and we are going to pass the 1.5 degrees, we are going to see storms in the Caribbean that we have never seen before. This situation in Jamaica, of course, is a testimony to that. And what happened in Jamaica can happen to us, and very likely at some point will happen to us. And I said then that our hospital structure cannot withstand a Category 5 hurricane after the assessment was done. You know, the hospital was leaking tremendously, a little rainfall, and you had 3 from 4 buckets in the floor of the hospital, which we have gotten rid of. With the Taiwanese collaboration, we have fixed the hospital as much as we can to make sure that it does not leak. But we know it cannot withstand a storm of that category. And that is why we said we have to do it. Because if it's one institution that should be left standing, should be the hospital. It's going to cost us a lot. But when you look at what happened in Jamaica and you see the roof of hospital going, I asked them, you see patients looking up and the water dropping on them as if they're outside in the rain. That can happen here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And I said the last institution that should be left standing, if every building was destroyed, should be the hospital. And now what I've seen in Jamaica has even told me to tell those who are implementing the hospital to power progress. build a hospital fast, but of course it has to go through a process, so we're going to start construction soon. But I'm simply saying that when we came up with CISA, it's because we knew, and Dr. Joya Clark, who is a specialist in this, when I discussed it with her, that we need this because the reality of climate change will hit us so hard that if we don't start to plan now, and we are hit in the wrong time, it can destroy our country. So power in progress is really to power the type of progress that would be a progress that will make us sustainable and continue as a country to advance. And of course, use the word progress again, progress.
And of course, listening to the BBC presenter yesterday, she mentioned that it was a rare category 5. That can't be said right now in the Caribbean because almost every hurricane we see almost turns into a category 5 overnight, essentially.
That was the second category 5 for the season. Remember the other one that went and missed all of us? But that's the second category 5 for the season. That is, of course, unusual, and it's because of climate change.
Right, and so going back to what I hinted at earlier in terms of the budget, Prime Minister, and tell us a bit about how your administration really, who speaks about transforming St. Kitts and Nevis and is using those efforts to really transform us into that sustainable island state. How is the budget designed to move us closer to that reality?
Well, I can talk in generalities and the principles behind it. And of course, the FS is here who will talk more specific in dollars and cents. But the vision is for us to become a sustainable island state. So the budget has to be such that the allocations that are made would drive the activities that would get us to a sustainable island state. For example, if you look at the 7 pillars, and it says energy, the budget has to have allocation so that we can get to renewable energy. We say water, the budget has to have allocation for us to become water sufficient and to have water 24/7. For example, if we are talking about healthcare infrastructure that can withstand category 5 hurricanes, which ours cannot withstand at this moment, and it's the only general hospital on St. Kitts. It will be a real disaster after disaster if your hospital roof is gone, is destroyed so much. The budget must respond to that. Get us an infrastructure, a hospital that can deal with the scourge of climate change and what we can deal with. So in that sense, the budget is really designed to propel us to a sustainable island state, making us more resilient and less vulnerable.
Mr. Parkson, of course, it's your first budget experience. Tell us how that has been, and also comment on how the budget is designed to achieve the goals.
Well, while I can't speak specific to the numbers allocated in the various budget heads, what I can say to you as we sat in pre-estimates and estimates, Cabinet made some decisive recommendations that the Ministry of Finance look at increasing some of the heads to ensure that some of the same areas Prime Minister spoke about are within the budget. For example, as you know, health is one of the concerns, and ensuring that we have a proper hospital, ensuring that we have the appropriate medical practitioners to meet our health demand. We are allocating a little more to health. Tourism, for example, again, we are giving some more attention today as we work with limited resources, but share the pie that we can ensure we get proper returns.
Now, you hinted at it earlier during your presentation earlier, and I just want to come back to it. Can you tell us a bit about the numbers now behind the story? Because numbers are very important, although sometimes they can be misleading. So it's very important to have that interpretation of the numbers and really be able to understand that story. How has our economy performed in 2025, and what signals of stability or opportunity are guiding Budget 2026?
When we look at our economy's performance, as I shared earlier, our economy have grown by 1.1% year over year. We've seen big reductions in inflation, and based on the last numbers we had up to August 2025, we've seen inflation at 0.6. It says to us then we are heading in the right direction. Okay. Yes, we are basically now back at pre-COVID numbers. Tourism have seen the growth in the tourism arrivals, both cruise visitors and stay over. It has taken us, yes, a little while amid the global economic challenges. But I believe based on the path that we are on, and once we continue to build, yes, with incremental steps, we are going to get there. We're not going to get there overnight. But once we lay the foundations, we follow the structure that government have put forward under the CISA agenda. And as we plan budget, once we make some allocations with those in mind, we are going to get to the point where we want to be a sustainable island state. And as I said earlier, as we move to grow our real GDP over the next decade.
And of course, inflation, the numbers are very important because that essentially speaks to the cost of goods, which really affects cost of living here in St. Kitts and Nevis as well. How does
I sure if I ask the FS, our inflation is one of the lowest in the whole region.
I was just going to ask that, yes.
When we make comparison, it is one of the lowest. And the government have done a number of things to also keep inflation low. You'd have realized government have offered the budget boost earlier this year. We have a number of subsidy as it relates to transportation, ensuring that fuel costs stays down. And it's the government covering some of these gaps help to keep our inflation numbers low. That is not passed on to the general public.
Right. And so where do you see the next wave of growth coming from here in St. Kitts and Nevis? And how is the budget really positioned in the country and people in this country to seize those opportunities?
As I said earlier, the 2026 budget is envisaged to be a people-centered budget. But a lot of the real growth is going to come with partnership between the public and private sector. As you may know, there are a number of projects on the horizon that once they come to tuition in 2026, projects such as the hospital, hotel development, the Bassi High School. As these projects start, continue, advance, you'll see increase in employment. You're going to see the multiplier effect across the country. So once there's a multiplier effect and people are benefiting and they see the tangible benefit of these developments, you'll see how the budget leads to all of this. Because as we do the budget, at the same time, we must create the atmosphere that people could develop on. Earlier, we heard a young man talking about small businesses. What are we now doing to ensure that small businesses can develop? We have a situation even now when you want to open a business, you go from here to here today. As we look at 2026 and beyond, we are trying to bring things more central. That you go to one hub and you could get business started. Even as just to give you a snip in, currently you want to get a passport. You go to the post office, you buy stamps for the passport, then you may go back and buy stamps for the police record. Government is working to get all of this into a single hub that you log on and you purchase all of these stamps, and the process is much easier. Again, we're saying about creating the platforms from which our people can develop, do the ease of business, and some of these will trickle down to great economic benefits for our country and our people.
So Prime Minister, ICT really, information, communication technology really is something that is being looked to help to drive innovation here in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Well, I want to thank the FS. As I told you, he's the expert on these things. And even though he has just come in, you would have thought he would be there. He would have been there for a long time. But I really want to, at this time, acknowledge the immediate past FS, Mrs. Hilary Hazel. I think she was somewhere here. She hasn't left us yet, but she was here. And I want to thank you. Let's put our hands together for her. And she has been gracious in the transition, that she has really helped our new efforts to transition into his position seamlessly. So I want to say she was part and parcel of that process, and I wanted to acknowledge her years of experience, her year of service, and making sure that the transition was as smooth as it could have gone. Right, so with respect to technology, as you know, if you look at these 7 pillars, technology brings everything together. Technology brings all of these 7 pillars. They're like the glue that sticks them together. And as somebody said, I think it was Austin who said there probably should be an 8th pillar. Not that we're not doing it, but probably we should pull out the wealth creation so people can see that creating wealth is part of our agenda. Increasing minimum wage, pension plan for our GAE workers, increasing the wages for our civil servants who also got an increase, looking for investment opportunities such as the bond we are now floating, which is as a minimum of $500, which means ordinary people can invest in bonds. So this is about how we create wealth, giving people their land title so they don't have to pay a cent because they have been on the land for many, 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 many years. And you know, you're owning a piece of land, assets, and that can serve for multiple things, such as getting a loan to do something else, sending your child to college, getting a mortgage to build a home. So we have a wealth creation strategy to touch all sectors of the society, from our children through the Aspire program, all the way up to our adults in terms of their wages and opportunities to invest. But on the technology front, we are now on track to have a national ID. We are now at this point doing the digitization of all of our records, birth records, marriage records, well, mainly birth and death. It's going to be marriage and everything else. All of that will be digitized. And therefore, that is going to cut down. And I heard somebody spoke about the ease of doing business. They're going to cut down, I think it was a chamber, and time it takes to get things done. We want to reach the point where you can apply for your passport online and you have a national ID which is digital so that, in a sense, you can use that in order to verify who you are. So we want to end these lines in town and put as much as possible online so that our people can conduct business and conduct it more seamlessly and easily. In addition to that, we have started a cybersecurity course with Protexa, which is a company from Canada, and its certification to the Canadian standard. Because with all of this going on, we're going to need cybersecurity to protect people's data. So we're already training our people. So we have one cohort that is supposed to be completed soon, and we're going to do another one. So by the time we start to go live in January of 2026, because we're going to start in January 2026, and we intend to complete by August of 2026. A full national ID. We are doing it with the Republic of China, Taiwan, and we are on track. Therefore, we have to make sure we create the infrastructure. So when we become so technologically advanced, that is going to help in a number of things. Ease of doing business, cost of doing business, attractiveness in doing business. Can you imagine a company say, man, we can go to St. Kitts and Nevis, all those small, everything is online, everything is seamless. Let's invest there. Attracting investors. And therefore, we think that that would also add to the improved quality of life. I hate to see people standing outside of the government headquarters waiting for a passport. Go down there, buy a stamp, go across there, buy something else, walk up the road, you get tired and you're sweating outside. I say it like that because that's how people feel. But we want to get rid of those lines, not make offices bigger, actually make them smaller, because the space will really be online. And so we are on track, and I'm very, very proud of that. And I want to thank the Honorable Congress Maynard, Minister Responsibility for IT, and the DTU, the Digital Transformation Unit, headed by former Minister of Government, Honorable Nigel Catty, and they have on the 3rd of November another town hall meeting. We are becoming a lot of town halls because we want to hear from our people. So DTU, I think, they're going to be at Newtown. And right, so we're not going to just come to Marriott, because Marriott people can't get here. People can catch a bus and walk to the community center in Newtown and have a conversation about the digital transformation and how it will impact them. We intend to be the most digitally advanced country in this region, at least in the Caribbean region. And we think we can achieve it, and we are on track to achieve it.
Mr. Parkson, if you could also just very briefly delve into the importance of the ease of doing business, because I'm not sure how many persons are aware, but there's an international ranking that really affects some of the things the Prime Minister speaks about.
That is true, and let me just put on my former banker hat. Maybe a little more comfortable in that zone. One of the things we would have realized then, when businesses came to St. Kitts to set up, there were significant challenges in getting them open, having to go through a number of hoops and different lawyers to get things done. That put us very low in ranking. And now coming into office, I'm aware that the government has a plan being put in place to ensure that when businesses want to open, be it international, be it local, because we can't just give our international players all the opportunities. Locals also must benefit. And so the same ease that international business would have to set up here, local businesses will have. What we're saying then, there's a Ministry of Small Business. You start a small business, they're going to do all the processing, they're going to guide you through. And when the end result come out at inland revenue, for example, all you're doing there is collecting your business license. Whether it now becomes a physical business license as we do currently, or you go online and just download the electronic one with your EID. What we are saying, the process must be simple. As Prime Minister is saying, you shouldn't have to go from here to here today, but rather go online and have it done. As you're aware, even with your renewing your driver's license right now and your vehicle license, again, we've partnered with the police, traffic to be exact, and the insurance companies. So once they do all they have to do, and you go to the inspector, they take a picture of your vehicle and make sure everything is in order. They upload that. Again, you could either go to the front counters at Inland Revenue and pay your fees, or again, go online, pay all your fees, go next day and just collect your stamp to put on your vehicle. And that is the way we're hoping to continue on that part to get the government of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Right, Inland Revenue has been very progressive, certainly in making use of the e-systems, and that is something that a lot of persons have really enjoyed. Now, Prime Minister, let's talk a bit about investments in some key areas now, and we talk about agriculture and smart manufacturing, again, going back to the use of technology, and also renewable energy. They are redefining the national growth model. How do these projects really reflect the government's focus on sustainable prosperity rather than a short-term goal, as we heard mentioned earlier today?
One of the things that drives cost in our federation is the cost of energy. It is too expensive. It is about 30-something cents per kilowatt US. That's one of the highest in the world. We pay one of the highest rates per unit of energy in the world. What we pay 30 cents for, the US possibly paying 5 cents for. So we are 6 to 10 times more per unit cost of energy than the US. That cost is unbearable and unsustainable. That is why, for us, shifting to renewable energy is not just about the climate, even though that is fundamental. It is about the cost of living and the cost of doing business. If we want to really expand our manufacturing base here in St. Kitts and Nevis, we must be able to offer lower cost of energy. Let's take, for example, TDC and Horsfords at the St. Kitts Nevis masonry products. They have to input a lot of energy to make the blocks. Well, that cost is passed on. If we were able to create an environment where St. Kitts masonry products could buy energy at a cheaper cost, it means that the blocks will be cheaper. And therefore, building a home will be cheaper. So that is how energy is directly connected to the cost of your home. So therefore, shifting to renewable energy, which is so many times cheaper than fossil fuel, will help to make us more sustainable, decrease the cost of living, attract industry, and propel the economy even more. That is why we have taken decision under the Sustainable Island State Agenda that we want to get to renewable energy as soon as possible. And I want to say again that within that ministry, we have already completed the study. I think a company has already done the study for us. So we have the technical work and we are ready to go to market to really, in a meaningful way, get our largest solar farm built. We have done the desalination plant. The solar plant is already in line. And then we will choose a company to build it. It will be around 50 megawatts. And then you can determine, the engineers will determine sustain or non-sustain and so forth. However, it's going to be a significant portion of the energy that we use in St. Kitts and Nevis and drive down the cost. The other thing, with respect to geothermal, we are now on another procurement aspect of it. I think is the financial procurement. That is actually progressing very well. As you know, one of the things that I have done with the Premier of Nevis is to say to him, we have a resource that can make us energy independent if we're talking sustainability for the next 100 years. And how is it St. Kitts and Nevis can come together and make sure that that energy is available? Can you imagine you're paying less than 10 cents per kilowatt of renewable energy? And God has blessed us with that. I said, look, politics is politics, but this is stupid politics if we can't come together and have cheap energy across the Federation. And therefore, I want to say that good politics was the order of the day. We decided to work together, and I can say that we are progressing well with respect to realizing the geothermal. And the last thing I'll say on renewable energy is that I am now in discussion with a company to set up a solar plant here to build the solar panels so that people can actually have better access to having the solar panels on their roof. And we are shifting to have what you call the feedback tariff, where if you produce more energy than you use and you send back to the power station, whatever you send back, you get paid for it. So that in a sense, you become an energy producer as well. And if we have all that energy, we can help to offer offshore energy, onshore energy to cruise ships. And some of them use 15 megawatts. That's a lot of energy, almost half of what St. Kitts use, some of those cruise ships use. Can you imagine that? And that would be a source of income. So we shift into renewable energy. Apart from reducing the cost of living, business, and so forth, it will also be a source of revenue, because we can sell that energy in form of hydrogen, new technology. We can sell it in terms of ammonia, green ammonia. We can sell it to cruise ship. And lastly, we can sell it to ourselves at a much cheaper cost.
Right, and also a cheaper energy would also help the hotel based on the rates that they're able to charge. And so that will help to make it more attractive for persons to come here to St. Kitts and Nevis for vacation. Now, I also want to talk a bit, Prime Minister, as we speak about hotels, because of course, food security is very important, and we've been speaking a lot about having our food importation bill. Now, how would areas like local food production, I mean, we would have seen recently a press release that indicated that the chicken hatchery that was recently lost, they've done their first export, 500 chickens to the region, very important. Yeah, yes, and the minister is here. So how will the budget, the 2026 budget, help farmers, help fishers and agro-entrepreneurs turn their successes into lasting food independence? Because that's very important. It's not just for today, it's for tomorrow, Prime Minister.
So the minister is here. So Minister, we exported chicken. Wow.
Chicks,
oh.
The chicks.
How many?
The small chicks.
500? That is impressive. Our hatchery has now exported chicks. Now those chicks are what we use to produce our eggs, of course. And I think our first aim is to become sustainable when it comes to egg production. That is why when the egg cost went up in the US, it never went up in St. Kitts and Nevis, because we were producing so much eggs here. And therefore, when it comes to food security, it requires a lot of investment. There's a lot of work to be done. We have done a lot of work, but more to be done. One of the things affecting us as well is water. Water scarcity is also affecting our agriculture here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And resolving the water problem, that too is going to help a lot. We are developing a nature's farm, a sustainable nature farm, which is 100 acres of land situated in Keon, where we partner to, that farm will be growing a diversity of food that we need, but it will also be growing the Tabasco project. So it's not the Tabasco project by itself, because it's not going to just be growing peppers alone. that is part of it. It's going to be growing other products so that we can say in St. Kitts and Nevis to anybody, we are producing this amount per year. And it's to complement the farmers so that we can secure markets. One of the things that markets ask, if you're a farmer, can you sustain supplying me, let's say with peppers all through the year? If you can't supply reliable markets reliably, such as hotels, they're going to say, so if you can't bring your produce next week, it means my hotel will be out of pepper. So they're going to go to a source that they think is very reliable, very sustainable. And so having something like this can add to that sustainability and reliability in collaboration, of course, with our local farmers. It is the largest area that will be under production since sugar. We are charting this new course to see if we can increase our food production across so that we can become more sustainable. That project, I can say, is definitely going to start before Christmas. As a matter of fact, the land is cleared. We have procured the ground covering and all of that so that we can start to build out, in a sense, that project so that we can start having deliveries within the first quarter of 2026. We should see the first produce coming from there. Now, I know a lot of other investments have gone into farming in terms of subsidizing a lot of other inputs into farming as well. And we'll continue to do that. And there is a plan, of course, ahead to even go further in terms of making sure that we can produce what we want to produce, which I wouldn't get into the specifics. I can talk about the pineapple, I can talk about the banana, I can talk about the plantain, I can talk about the many courses, I can talk about the increase in marine resources. The minister is here, most fish, $15 million and so forth, the increase in agricultural output, even with some of the challenges we are having. And so we'll continue to build out that.
And of course, there's the drought resilience irrigation project, which deals with the water security that you mentioned. Of course, so there's scarce in water, so we have to be innovative and find different ways. Okay, Prime Minister, you touched on the smart hospital also, and Mr. Parks, and perhaps you can weigh in as well too, but we want to talk a bit about affordable housing and social protection for families who need it, because of course, the government has to be careful in terms of its spending, but it also, as the Prime Minister would have mentioned, in terms of empowering people, offering them opportunities so that they can advance themselves and help those with their social safety net who really needs it. Can you speak to a bit about what's being provided for under the 2026 budget?
As it relates to social protection, let me step back a bit. The government of St. Kitts and Nevis continues to give one of the highest public assistance across the entire Eastern Caribbean, and not just in the Oasis, across the entire Caribbean. Based on my first meeting with the IMF about 4 weeks ago as an introductory meeting, they underscored that, hey, the St. Kitts and Nevis government continues to support its people, that we have one of the highest public assistance bill across the entire region. Notwithstanding that, the government and through the Ministry of Finance will continue to make these assistance available to our people. At the moment, we offer the duty-free concession to first-time homeowners. For those who are doing major renovations on their home, that is offered. And until Cabinet says otherwise, that will continue to be offered by the Ministry of Finance. With the support of small business, we continue to offer duty-free concessions to micro and medium businesses that want to expand. So there are a number of avenues that the government help those who are in need. I have not even touched social services. We offer with education. We continue to offer those the vulnerable with electricity, where government again subsidize for a number of persons who are more vulnerable and the age. So there are a number of mechanisms the government have in place to help people. What I would say though, people need to be prudent and fiscally responsible as they capitalize on some of these things. If you really don't qualify, if you're up to get one, take one, because there's somebody else who needs. Makes a sense you take 3 and then somebody is on the outside can get. So while these opportunities are there, they're there for all of us. And I want to encourage our citizens, look, if you don't need it, let those who need it benefit from it.
So we're going against the popular phrase here in St. Kitts and Nevis that if things are free, take 2. Absolutely not. Not in this case.
Because what we want to encourage people, look, and even as a young person said earlier, we have to think about the next generation. And so if we capitalize on taking all now, what's going to happen down the road? Not that I'm coming in as FS and trying to erode all that was laid. No. I'm saying, hey, there are some of us who are utilizing what we really don't need. Some of us are wasting resources. Let's manage better what we have available. Failing which, we're going to run out. We just need to manage better what we have available, Prime Minister.
Right, so I want to give some numbers to that. We spend about $250 million in social assistance, about nearly 25% of our budget. It is possibly the highest in the region. We are just, so I want people to understand that we subsidize electricity, we subsidize water, we subsidize gas, we subsidize education, we subsidize healthcare, we subsidize, and then on top of that, we have the LIFT program, which we are still supporting, even though it is no longer called PAP, but we're still significantly investing in it. I want people to know that, to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. And therefore, when you look at all of these subsidies that we do, and you look at the part of the budget that is responsible for, it's a significant investment in our people. So I just wanted to put that out there and to put on record that the IMF recognizes St. Kitts and Nevis as the country that possibly has the highest social assistance in the whole region. In the whole region. And that is because, of course, we always look for the opportunity to support our people. On the matter of housing, even in housing, we have launched our program, and our program now is picking up steam. You see some of the pictures being sent. We just opened up a new area in the Gillards area. We have about 5, apart from building on individual lots, we have about 5 developments open right now. In Gillards, in Stapleton, in Otleys, in Harry Phipps, in the West Coast where they're going to be building. And so we want to open them up all around the country at this particular time. So you're going to see housing construction accelerates. And why are we doing that? And if you look at the housing that we are doing, we are building them to deal with Category 5 hurricanes, because we have to plan right now for that eventuality. And so in our social protection strategy is to do as many houses we can do. We are subsidizing the housing, as the FS would have said, by the first-time home owner concessionary plan, so that cost of construction would be cheaper. And we are still doing social housing, and we intend to accelerate that even more. So we'll continue to support our people so that, of course, we can get to the sustainable island state and our people can live as well as possible.
Now, there are many persons, of course, citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis, both living here and in the diaspora. They want to know that the monies are being spent wisely, that they are being used really to help to improve the lives of persons here living in St. Kitts and Nevis, because, of course, they have family. They have friends here that they still care for. So how does the ministry, Mr. Parkson, ensure that accountability, efficiency, and transparency in the way public funding is spent are managed?
Let me say on the onset, the government system has a number of built-in safeguards. Some of the things we may hear on social media is not the truth. Well, in the Ministry of Finance, there are a number of bodies that ensure monies are spent properly. There's a procurement act which governs that major expenses for government and projects go through a panel, properly vetted and approved for spending. There's also the Cash Management Committee, which I chair at the moment. That committee meets every Monday to ensure that government expenses are properly accounted for and we allocate funds as needed. There's also the Director of Audit Report, which ensures that there's a report as to how government spends its money. I could say to you also, we're now even going to take it a step further as we ensure, one, that there's proper management of resources, there's proper accountability. Starting next month, we'll be meeting with all the revenue centers of the government, meaning the hospital, public works, and all those units that generate monies for government, to ensure that, one, there's a proper counting of all these inflows, that we are collecting what we should be collecting. And so with all of these units to ensure that there's oversight, there's also the government statutory body oversight. Again, we're preparing to meet with all of these statutory bodies by the latest, the end of November, early December, to ensure that as statutory bodies they line up with what the overall government agenda is. You don't want to be government as a central government is fiscally prudent and then statutory bodies on the left field. Yes, I'm coming in as a former banker, and given my background, I want to ensure that government and the various bodies that operate under the Ministry of Finance, we are all operating from one page. That when I'm questioned, be it by the minister or by the general public properly, I can surely say, hey, we are on one page with the government finances, and everybody align up with these 7 pillars. So that's the goal.
Our Prime Minister, we cannot have a sustainable island state without having sustainable people. So can you speak to us a bit about some of the investments that are being made to really uplift our persons? How does the budget really intend to invest in education? I mean, we would have heard some of the opportunities that were mentioned earlier during the question and answer segment, but really investing in young people, youth development, and also job creation, which is critically important, especially through initiatives like Aspire, vocational training, digital skills program. Tell us what's happening there.
Thank you very much. And the young people are here. I think something that have crossed my mind, and others I'm sure, is that there probably need to be a segment that is called the youth economy. Because the things that you mentioned are where our youth tend to go. And I think if there's a focus on that, we can focus specifically on their needs and what they require. For example, we know our youth might be more in the orange economy. How do we build the orange economy? The performing arts, creatives, the singers, the dancers, the musicians, the sport men and women and so forth. How do we actually develop that so that our young people can benefit? As you know, more young people are getting opportunities to go away on scholarship for sports, for example. In the digital space, where our young people are actually natives to the digital space, a lot of us are, immigrants, really, right? We're migrating towards. How do we create that type of economy that they can benefit from it? They're into AI and all these things. All of us really should be into it, but this is their reality. How do we create that for them? And that is why I'm saying we are pushing to become the most technologically advanced. They are the ones who will become the cybersecurity experts, the AI experts, and so forth, so that they can participate in that new type of economy. Even in the healthcare space, a lot of digitization and technology and so forth would be used. But what is important is to prepare our youths with the requisite knowledge. And that is why we decided education should have no barrier. We are trying to eliminate barrier. We want them to go to school, from preschool all the way up to college, with no financial barrier. Leave it open so that the best come forth. not where you come from and who is your family and so forth, but you as a person, what is it you can contribute based on your capacity, and let nothing hinder you from reaching your full potential. So that is part and parcel of the philosophy, to create an environment where our youth can have the full expression of who they really are and contribute to the advancement of St. Kitts and Nevis. We need the youth. Look at Facebook. Who invented Facebook? Look at the Apple computer. Look at Windows 95 when it first came out. These were very young people who used to tamper on their mother computer down in the garage. If you listen to Bill Gates' story, he will tell you. He had some old computers from his parents. They used to be in the garage, and he used to go down there and there. If you listen to Apple, what's his name? Steve Jobs. He would tell you that he had access because of who his adopted mother and father was, and that when he went to university, he spent 1 year, and all he learned is how to, write properly. And that is why the fonting in Apple was so good. Young people getting exposure to all sorts of things and being able to bring that into the space of our economy where they can help to advance it. The private sector going to need cybersecurity experts. They're going to need IT experts. They're going to need people with this knowledge to propel the new economy in the space of renewable energy. We now have one of the largest certification courses for solar panel technology in the Caribbean, I'm telling you. And we had our first cohort that graduated. You may not have heard of it, but we have done it so that when we go into our large solar farm and start to build out next year, that we don't have to bring in everybody from outside, but our youth can be capitalizing on those new jobs, those new sectors. Part and parcel of our strategy to prepare our young people for what is the new economy. So we are making these things available.
And Aspire also equips them with the skills that they need to learn how to save and to invest. Because, of course, investing, making important investments to propel yourself, to support yourself, support your family, and grow the country is very important there.
Well, Aspire, you can see it right here. I intend to wear this pin wherever I go. Aspire is a program that would teach our children how to invest and how to save. We cannot just be savers. When you save enough money, over time, inflation eats up some of that. And sometimes the inflation can be higher than the interest if it's just saving alone. We have to teach our young people how to invest. Let all of them become investors. I want to see everybody in St. Kitts and Nevis own some bonds, own some shares, so that they're making their money from their jobs or whatever they're doing, if they're working for somebody, but they also have passive income from investment. You cannot build the type of life financially depending on just your job and your income from a job. If anybody says that, that is not so. If you go to the United States of America, a large percentage of the people in the US, they have stocks and bonds. Well, if they could have stocks and bonds, well, why we can't have stocks and bonds too? And that is why we introduced the new bond at $500. That is the lowest it has ever been. It used to be minimum $5,000. I told them, take it down low. I want a man, even if he cutting grass, he could got some bonds. He can't got some bonds. Should have some bonds. I have access to some bonds. So when the bond open and the line up, I want to see people who cutting grass in the line too. I want to see the lady who is a server at Marriott in the line going to buy her bonds. Because a lot of the times the bonds and so used to be bought by a certain segment of society, which I want them to buy as well. But we want that to also be accessible to the ordinary people of St. Kitts and Nevis so that they can see to build a proper financial future or structure rather, that you have your income from your job, you invest in bonds, you invest in shares, you invest in businesses, you might start a business, have a business on the side. We want to give our people that knowledge of understanding the world of finance and business and entrepreneurship and investments and so forth, so that that is part and parcel of building a sustainable island state. And lastly, to say that we started the pilot just recently at the ECCB. I was there, and I want to thank Bastia High School, and I think it was the Washington Archibald High School, and another school, or two of them, who participated in the pilot. The curriculum is now done, and they're piloting it so that it becomes part and parcel of our curriculum here in St. Kitts and Nevis, where our people, along with everything else they learn, they would also learn about finance, because that, I think, is important.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, Mr. Parkson. I'll give you, Mr. Parkson, starting with you, a final opportunity to make some final comments. And I believe there will be some question and answers from the audience if there's time for that. But I'll give you final comments at this time, and then followed by the Prime Minister.
I just want to say, as we move into our budget 2026 and as we move as a country forward, just as how the government needs to be fiscally prudent, I wanted to say to our people also, we need to be fiscally and financially prudent. Wherever we have commitments, let's honor them. We have commitments with the government, honor them also, because this is a partnership. If the government is going to continue its social assistance program, if the government is going to continue growing the economy, it must be a partnership, and all of us must be on board. Some of us just can't just sit down and take and not decide to give back, whether give back in our taxes or volunteering, especially taxes. We must all be on board together if our economy is to grow from strength to strength. So I'll close with that.
No, I would like to say, I think you have a question and answer session segment, or afterwards. Right, so I would like to say that the budget for 2026 is a people-centered budget. It is all about you, our people. How do we secure you? How do we create a country that is resilient, less vulnerable, a country that serves its people, and a country that the people serve? Very powerful, what the FS said. That we serve our country, and our country serves us. And that, I think, would be the best scenario. So I would say a sustainable island state is all about our people here in St. Kitts and Nevis. I really hope that the vision is becoming to be understood even more and more. And I like the idea of the consultation that was mentioned. But I hope over time it will be recognized where we had to get running, because I said we have to run to build a sustainable island state in terms of our infrastructure and our systems and so forth, based on the plethora of crises that we are facing. Post-COVID, supply chain, wars, climate change, geopolitical issues, just name them. They're just, all out there. And so we have to really, as you say, it's a fireside chat, put fire on that. Power progress to secure our people and our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Back over to you, Ms. Brandon.
Thank you very much, Ian. Thank you, Prime Minister and FinSec, for your interventions there as well. Now, it's time for us to get back to the floor and to hear what you have to say about everything that was said this afternoon. So what I'm going to do is open the mics to you. I'm going to ask you to give some consideration to other persons who may wish to make interventions as well. So try and keep your thoughts tight, if you can jot them down. And, if you have a question, if you can keep it to one question. If there's an opportunity to, I would welcome you to come back and make another intervention after someone else has an opportunity to do so. So the floor is open at this point in time. Sir?
First group, or during the first series of the first opportunity to speak. But I'm here now. Mr. Blake, during your presentation, you spoke about the importance of encouraging stayover visitors and the desire to have that increase as a means of improving revenues for our tourism product. And just now, Honorable Prime Minister, you spoke to how empowering our people is at the core of CISA. I am a golfer. I intentionally wore this shirt today because I'm a member of the Royal St. Kitts Golf Club. I started playing golf through a junior program back in 1996. I'm not going to say how old I was, but I love the game of golf, and I love St. Kitts and Nevis. I've been blessed with the opportunity to take the game seriously enough to represent my country along with other golfers. Many people may not know that St. Kitts across the region has been known to produce some of the best golfers in the entire Caribbean. And as we're discussing the idea or concept of a sustainable island state, I think it's important where sports is concerned, and for me specifically, where golf is concerned, to also try and have the game of golf at the forefront of developing or maintaining the sustainable island state agenda. In the pillars, I was trying to figure out where golf would fit into the pillars, and I noticed that under pillar number 4, there's the concept of sustainable economy, sustainable tourism as a product, right? And I know that there are flights that come here every day from the United States. There's flights that come here from England twice a week, flights that come from all over the Caribbean. And I've observed this myself. There is always someone coming here with golf clubs. I don't know how many people have observed this, right? Why am I making a pitch right now? So the golf course was rebuilt in between 2001 to 2003. It was revamped. And over the years, there's been a slight decline in the conditioning of the golf course. Now, as a golfer, there's nothing that is more valuable to us or important to us than the conditioning of the golf course. So what I would ask in this forum, since the opportunity is there, is that since there is an objective to push long stay over tourism, golf is absolutely one way through which you can encourage that. There's a culture that all golfers have. There's something that we just look forward to, especially when we know the conditions that we're going to play under are top-notch. Right now, I played golf last week in a breast cancer golf tournament. I won with my teammate, Dr. Vance Gilbert, by the way. The conditions were what they were, but we know they could be better, right? So what I would hope is that as a part of the budget for 2026, that a focus can be placed on trying to pump money into getting our golf course back to where it was, or as close to where it was as possible. Let me lastly offer a suggestion for how this could be achieved. It doesn't necessarily require dollars to go into it, but more a matter of care, right? There's staff that work there that none of them play golf, but they essentially cut grass, right? The Royal St. Kitts Golf Club has an executive, and there's also a recently formed St. Kitts Nevis Golf Association. So what I would hope we can encourage is some sort of partnership and teamwork with the government. If you work with us, we know for sure, because we're the people that care about the game, you can see some absolutely positive results. If you look online right now, reviews speaking to the condition of the golf course are there, and I for sure am committed to working along with the government, and I'm sure all of my fellow golfers would be willing to work along with the government to see some sort of positive change with the condition of our golf course. It was founded under the Honorable Paul Southwell. It was a part of his vision, and seeing that this administration now has a new vision that is seeking to carry forth, I think it's a perfect opportunity to try and see if we can cement pushing the game of golf, not just for people who play it now, but for future generations as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Prime Minister, any intervention?
Yeah, thank you very much for that intervention. I've never really played golf. I know Dr. Douglas play golf. So I hope to get 1 or 2 holes in. I've been told there's an excellent sport. Nonetheless, I would say that we take it very seriously, and the Minister of Tourism is here. The government actually sends a subvention to Frigate Bay Corporation to pay workers to maintain the Frigate Bay area, but in addition to that, the golf course as well. We are in a process of making sure that we protect the golf course. I will not speak to the specifics because of where we are at this particular time, but I will simply say that it is high on our agenda to protect the golf course and to make sure that golf continues to be one of the sports here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And so the collaboration that you speak, I'm sure there is opportunity to have that collaboration. It could be a government, private sector type of partnership, which we encourage as well. And so I want you to know that we will not leave golf on the back burner, and we will continue to protect the course. Yeah. Right, and I'm told that the golf course is actually in much better shape than it has been in years, and we'll continue to make sure that we protect the golf course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. So we'll take the gentleman on this side, and then you're next. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the commitment, Prime Minister. I'm also a golfer, so we're not ambushing anything here. I actually took up the sport in 2022, thereabout. Haven't been able to stop, so I encourage you to be careful in terms of your choice of I'm taking it up because you may not be able to stop. Now, as it pertains to golf and in terms of the perspective that was put forward, I think it's around how do we start to generate revenue. And I think there is some need in terms of wealth creation and how we explain that about how the economy works. We take it for granted in St. Kitts, in the currency union, that US dollars comes just like that. But it has to be generated. And every business generates US currency for us. Tourism, CBI are two of the main pillars through which US dollars are generated. And that is why tourism is so paramount right across the Caribbean, because we need US currencies. So taking that into context and with the data that's available, CBI contributed, I think about 55% in 2023 of the government recurring revenue. I understand that is reducing. So I'm asking the financial secretary, what keeps you up at night about the 2026 budget? And what are some of the steps that you're looking to, along with the government, to mitigate those risks? And with that question, positing one perspective as it relates to our first pillar in terms of energy transition. Jamaica in 2019, I think, had an IPO of Wingfield Farm. I think their initial target was oversubscribed threefolds because energy is always going to generate revenue. And so every investor will be running to come and invest in St. Kitts for energy. And so looking at where we are with respect to our debt to GDP, I'd like to posit that we look towards ensuring that we protect this vital industry. The government can be that pivoting board, for lack of a better word, in terms of creating that vehicle, and then can now look at how we diversify that to the wider public in terms of ownership. And that will be a key pillar in terms of wealth creation. So wealth creation is not, you're not going to save yourself to wealth, right? We're going to have to invest. And so we have been able to secure a very steady debt to GDP ratio. I believe the ECC benchmark is about 60%. We were 55 before. I think we're creeping up close to that number that's there. So how is it with our 2026 budget? That we are looking to ensure that we are securing that foundation. And I look forward to seeing the, I guess, the more granular information with respect to the energy transformation and how is it that we as both private citizens and commercial business can take part in terms of building out these various pillars. And secondly, I think someone referenced to the pillars and I guess the flaws in its design, but I think in some respect it falls right through, and it is the human resource development. Now each of these pillars will have a human resource element with respect to it. And so how are we taking that into account as we look towards our education curriculum and its development? You spoke about we will need IT techs, etc. that's there. How is it that we are rolling this out within our education infrastructure to be able to support the needs that we'll have coming along the pipeline? So what is the roadmap as it relates to that? And lastly, as it relates to how we are developing these resources in terms of the training, etc., that's there. I look forward to seeing that being displayed within the budget. But for our sustainable island state agenda, what is the roadmap for that? How can I, as someone with aspiring to be a business person, how can I, already a business person, I guess, strategically position myself to be able to capitalize on the opportunity? I'm not really clear at this point in time. What is our timeline? What is our budget that we need from a public standpoint to execute this agenda? So any information that can be shared in terms of that would be grateful.
Thank you.
I would say something, if you all allow. The other ministers are here, and where is necessary, I think I will call on them. We in favor of that? All right, good.
So, Prime Minister, you want to direct any of those questions?
Right, so he made a number of...
There were quite a few.
Yes, he made quite a few with respect. But I think one of the things he really wanted maybe an answer on was respect to the wealth creation, the energy transition, and how the private sector or citizens can really participate in that as a means of wealth creation. One of the ideas that we have even was you create a company out of that, like we had Skelec, for example, and then you create the opportunity to have a facility where investments can be made by local companies and by individuals as well. So that is part and parcel of our strategy. So let's say you are there and you say, man, I want to invest in the renewable energy transition. As a matter of fact, in part of when we're thinking it out, any company that were to buy it, we would buy it down. But how you will buy it down to get them out, we'll tell them we'll buy it down if you're going to come and invest. We will buy it down. That has to be part of the agreement. Then we get local companies to actually, and our people, to buy directly into the energy company. That is one of the models that we are actually looking at this particular time. So the person more becomes a contractor, but the investments come from our people and our companies and so forth so that they can own it. Why? If our people are to own a significant portion of that, you are right, based on the returns, you can have companies being there for 30 years with excellent return. I don't know of any other investment that can give you a return of that type, unless you're going into gold and platinum and so forth, which we don't have. But I'm simply saying you are right, and we are going to create that opportunity for our local people and companies to invest in the renewable transition. So if you were to look at the last plan that we actually had that in there, and we will keep it in there so that we can own part of it. The government might buy some, A government entity might buy some, a local company might buy some, and we want to create the opportunity for our people to do it. We want to do that with the cable as well. We want to divest some of the shares so that our people can buy shares into cable. So you can have national bank shares, cable shares, energy shares. You got shares all across. Because as you say, you cannot work your way on a wage or salary into creating the type of wealth that you would want to see. And so we want to create this type of opportunity, or these opportunities for our people. So they're actually rolling along. We even thought about water as we are building the desalination plant. That might be a bit more challenging, but at least the technology one, the energy one, we see we'll create those opportunities as well. And in shorter order than you think, or by next year, we'll start building the large solar farm that we intend to build, which is a 50 megawatt. There's a company called Castalia, which is an internationally respected company that is now wrapping up the full assessment of St. Kitts and Nevis in terms of its energy strategy, which I think is almost done. If the Minister of Energy is here, somebody from the energy unit, I think it's done. I really think it's done by now. If not, it'll be done literally in a week or two. Exactly. And it's in the National Economic Development Plan, right? So in a sense, that is part of our strategy, how to get our people into wealth creation and wealth building by investing and the government creating the vehicles for that to take place. Right.
Prime Minister, if you don't mind, just to pick up from there, you did ask about what keep me up at night. Indeed, as we look at where the CBI program across the Caribbean is, it's a fact that the region cannot rely on it like before. And as the Honorable Prime Minister said, government is now looking at different avenue, energy to be exact, that could use to augment that shortfall of CBI. And who knows, eventually as we may move away from CBI, depending on how the Caribbean market go, or even if we continue it, we can use monies from that to develop some of these sustainable funds and other programs that the government have spoken about. But as you're fully aware, across the entire region, CBI have really taken a different role, and so governments have to look at a different avenue to cover those shortfalls.
Thank you. There were some other questions, but we're going to allow some of the other persons who are at the microphone to have their say, and then we can try and get back to some of those a bit later on. Ma'am, go right ahead, and then we'll take the gentleman on the right.
Just one thing to add to
Yes.
tie up your point. Before December, we are going to introduce in Parliament for the first time legislation to establish a sovereign wealth fund. That is also part of our strategy of building economic resilience as well.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. It was mentioned earlier that we would be building smart hospitals and smart schools. That in itself, with technology, requires a lot of energy. So in that case, we will be increasing our carbon footprint. With that being said, how do we plan to reduce the carbon footprint while adding to it? So in these cases, would there be green spaces in the schools or in the hospitals where trees or vegetables could be planted to add to food security and to clean air? In turn, in terms of health itself, with green spaces, mental health itself is important, and that could be used to improve mental health to add to a sustainable people. So I wanted to know if that was something tied into what is being created.
What are you studying in college?
Sorry?
What are you studying?
Nursing.
All right, so the mental health part of it. I agree totally with what you're saying. The mental health aspect is critically important. You finished with your question?
Yes, I just wanted to know if that is something
Yes.
going to be implemented now, later, or if it's not in the schools, but something for public spaces, like a open green space for us as a public ourselves to partake in to improve our mental health. Because without a strong, sustainable people, we don't have a sustainable island state altogether.
That's exactly the point. Because at the center of the Sustainable Island State agenda is people. That's at the center of it. Everything else you see here, these 7 pillars, they revolve around people. So it's people-centered. For example, the new hospital that we're embarking on, if you see it, it has exactly what you say. We take advantage of the view, that people can get sunlight, they can look at the sea, they can come out in a veranda out of their room, all that helps. So we had that mental health focus when we thought about how we will design
the new hospital. So you are correct. So you'll see that. Even the developments that we have, we want to leave a green space as well. I was with the Honorable Marsha Henderson and the Honorable Jeffrey Hanley. We went to see Gillard's where we are developing. And somebody suggested that we go on the green space. I said, no, no, no. And we decided that green space is supposed to be there for the community, right? Because that helps, as you say. So that is very critically important. And the other thing that we're looking at is as we do the solar farms to cut down on fossil fuel, and also there is a proposal being put forward of putting solar panels on public institutions. The Honorable Joy Clark is not here to speak about it. And on the new hospital, that will be part of it, and the school as well. So in our outlay, we are going to leave space for us to be able to have solar panels on roof. And then the next thing that we are looking at that I mentioned, we are trying to get a company here to set up a solar panel factory so that our people can have easy access to solar panels on the roof so that they can cut their carbon footprint and add to our overall energy independence in St. Kitts and Nevis. So you'll see that. Thank you.
All right, ahead, sir.
Good afternoon to all. It is said that the future doesn't just happen. It is done by the plans we make today. In the earlier session, I think Miss Penny, she raised a concern, and I clearly noted that she said she's not just concerned about today, but the future of this country in terms of longevity. We have seen, and in my lifetime, we have seen changes in administration. I heard you spoke earlier, Mr. Prime Minister, concerning the Sovereign Wealth Fund that you're going into Parliament. My question is, with the Sustainable Island State agenda, would this be tabled in Parliament to protect so that if we have a long-term plan for St. Kitts and Nevis, so administrations that will come thereafter will have a blueprint to take us, because it makes no sense to host a global summit and then thereafter this is just thrown in the garbage. So I would want to know if this may be a consideration that we could look at it, get it through the schools, everywhere. So the whole citizenship is a part of it. And then we could say, yes, this is something that we would like to table in Parliament, a 50-year plan for St. Kitts and Nevis, rather than somebody else come tomorrow and root it all up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
What you have said is a deep political question, the continuance of policies that make sense. I have come to recognize that. Let me tell you why. Because I know from a previous administration, there was plan for solar farms and so forth. And, you know, we got set back. And we are paying the price for it today. Not because the project had an issue, but because a different direction totally was sought. How I tend to deal with it politically is to see if I can have buy-in from the opposition. For example, the geothermal. When I sat with the Premier of Nevis, I said, you and I are not on the same side politically, but how can we work together to make sure St. Kitts and Nevis benefit, so that this can be a project that whoever is in government most likely would continue it. However, it will need our people to also say, we want it to continue. So that, in a sense, their voices can be a source of strength and protection. If that makes sense, then let us do it, irrespective of which government is here. The same thing with national security. I say national security is everybody's business. No one government can act on its own and achieve what it wants to achieve. And so I had a national consultation
And I say I want all the political parties to be there. The private sector, the chamber came very early to be a partner. And we said that let us remove this as political talking points and deal with it as a national issue so that whoever comes whenever will make sure that that is how it is approached from a national perspective. And therefore, I hear you that we need to deal with this from a national perspective as well. Because if we have taken the time to put this together, and now people are recognizing that it does make sense, especially when we see what's happening in Jamaica and so forth. And we are pushing forward as much as possible, power in progress to get it done. If you just come and end the water strategy, end the technology strategy, end the energy strategy, the fundamentals of the whole thing, and you have to start over in an economy that is small, resources are limited and scarce, you're going to set back your country a number of years again. And so that is a serious concern that I share with you. And it wouldn't be a bad idea to at least have this as a resolution in Parliament. So when they want to get rid of it, you have to go back to Parliament and upend it. So I think to a great extent, thank you for bringing that idea. I would really think it through and see how we can safeguard the strategy some more. Because in our history, this was the first strategy to be presented before the United Nations. In our whole history. And it was well received. And this had a lot of input from experts and so forth. And as you can see, when people see it from around the world, people recognize that this is a serious, serious agenda that we have. That was not just thought up in somebody's mind. And therefore, how can we safeguard this? Because by 2040, 2050, God's willing, I'll still be living here. I want to have good health care, cheap energy, 24/7 water, as much food as would keep me healthy. You know, so I share that and I take that very seriously. I will look and see what can be done. Thank you.
Ma'am, go right ahead, and then after the gentleman in the green shirt. It looks like we have a couple people behind here, but you first.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alita Petty. This question relates to education. The St. Christopher Wilkin Institute of Technology was recently named under amalgamation of 3 different institutions, namely AVEC Project Strong and National Skills Training Project. Thanks. It has been granted the accreditation to issue NVQs, which will provide skilled workers, which with a recognized certification in their various fields of expertise. My question is, today various fields of expertise. Does the 26th budget include the development of the infrastructure as it relates to upgrading the facility to include space that will lend itself to becoming CVQ ready when seeking approval? Will these spaces include aspects that are needed urgently, like research center, library, a fully equipped hospitality wing, etc.?
Thank you for asking. I'll let the Minister Responsibility for Education, Dr. Jeffrey Hanley.
Can we have Mike? Thank you so much, John.
But his PS is here as well.
The teacher in me has caused me to put this onto the permanent secretary, but we are indeed happy for the question. And if you would realize up at your institution already, you would see so many changes, including your smart classrooms that are already outfitted so that we can have sessions in St. Kitts the same time in Nevis. And Dr. Thompson is here, so I'll have either one of them answer.
Hi, good afternoon. I want to thank the trainee for that excellent question. And yes, so we launched the Christopher Wilking Institute of Technology. And one of the main drivers, just like CISA, is making vocational education sustainable. I think all of us know it is extremely expensive, vocational education, that is. And so we started our drive towards creating a technological space where, for example, in the area of welding, we're able to utilize simulators. So for those who are starting off and where you would have to weld something 3 or 4 times, you can utilize a simulator so as to hone your skills. And that is one of the major trajectory for us. You talk about having a library. We don't want to have a physical library, but an online library. And work has already begun in terms of researching where we're going to go with that particular agenda item. So we've looked at a few institutions that offer the digital library, and then we are going to decide on which one we're going to go with. So yes, CWIT is launched. Yes, things are going to be different. It's not going to be the same as usual. And I firmly believe as trainees, I know you want to see immediate change, but change will happen over time, and you're going to be a part of the process. Over the years with AVEC National, NSCP National Trainings Program, and with Project Strong, we realized that we were pulling at ourselves in terms of resources. And it was critically important for us to launch CWIT because you have a formal program and an informal program all in the same space. And so for those persons who want to have ready skills, and so they're training to be able to enter into the workforce in real time and not be like 2 years in a program, the NVQs will suffice for that. And so those persons who want to be near like culinary arts, cosmetology, those programs each have different timelines for completion. But at the end of the day, they have a certificate that has currency and weight. And not only currency and weight here in St. Kitts, but also within the region and abroad. So things will be different, and we've already started that. We had our first cohort of persons who received their NVQs, and we have another batch coming out. So I want to thank you again for your question.
Like we're finished with that question. Thank you so much for that question. So go right ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Caleb Strong, the current Public Relations Officer of the SCNIPA. In the spirit of online use and getting education without barriers, like the Prime Minister would have said, as someone who's on track to start university in January, which I chose to do online, I just wanted to make a recommendation to, which is directed to the Ministry of Education, that there are so many ways, so many educational opportunities available through online programs and degree options. And more persons are choosing to do their degree online. Every year, the UE Open Campus graduates increases. Many choose to capitalize on online learning, which is mainly because it is much more affordable. And people can actually work, make money without having to take a loans, etc. Anyone with just internet access and a device can begin their schooling journey from home for an affordable price. I would like to encourage the ministry to consider sourcing and offer online scholarships and programs, which this would not only expand access to higher education, but also greater diversify the types of scholarships already available, allowing students and individuals with different goals, schedules, and financial situations to pursue their studies. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Deputy Prime Minister?
Just quickly, this for sure happens. We have the Monroe University, the arrangement with the Monroe University. Quite a number of students do go through that program virtually. There are others who take the option of going straight to New York. So that is in fact happening. Matter of fact, we are in discussion right now with Monroe University finalizing another memorandum of understanding where they would have increased their scholarships to our students. So government now would have to continue to lend that back in. So we will, of course, continue to pursue as much as we can, but we are in fact doing that.
Thank you so much. I saw this gentleman to the back behind him first, so I'm going to go to him and then I'll come over to you. Thank you for your patience. Go right ahead.
Good morning. My name is Zarik White.
Afternoon.
This question is directed to the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister Samuel Duggins. Budget 2026 speaks about turning conversations into action as we build our sustainable island state together. As a member of the St. Kitts Nevis National Youth Parliament Association and a host of the ECCB's Children Connection Program, I've had the chance to engage young people in national discussions, including on financial inclusion. From those sessions, one thing is clear. Many young people either have small businesses or want to start one, but they face real challenges getting financing. When they go to the bank, they're often told they don't have enough collateral, even when the ideas are solid and the business is already off the ground. So my question is, will this budget consider introducing a government-backed loan guarantee program to help young professionals and entrepreneurs who are struggling to meet the bank's requirements, alongside the grants already offered by the Small Business Development Center? And secondly, since this budget focuses on sustainability and transformation, could there be a structured youth advisory council within the Ministry of Sustainable Development or Finance, a space where young people can help shape and monitor initiatives around financial inclusion and entrepreneurship and green innovation? I'd be really eager to play an active role in that process.
Thank you. Prime Minister, you want to go ahead or direct it to a member of your cabinet? You want to? Okay, so let's go over here. Entrepreneurship.
Okay, so let me say then, right now, one of the things that we had been in discussions as members of the Monetary Council with the ECCB is the partial loan guarantee as a facility. There's a long name. What's the acronym, Pierre?
Yes, the ECPCGC.
Very long name, but this is what it's about. That program was launched in St. Kitts and Nevis, and I think the central bank put out something as well. And I've had conversations with National Bank and so forth, where exactly what you are saying is what that is supposed to do. And it's supposed to be geared towards, especially as a venture capital facility, and to help a young entrepreneur, or entrepreneur in general, who has an idea, a good plan that makes sense, but may not have all of the things that the bank normally would ask for, and for the bank to take a chance on them. I can tell you that there have been a number of meetings between small business, the bank, and my office to roll out a program that will do exactly what you say. They have already presented the framework of the program, and the program will be rolled out. It's already rolling out, and that will be before December, so that you create that type of environment for entrepreneurs, and especially those who don't have all you said, the financial backing, especially a young person just coming in but has a great idea. How do you get financing to that young person so that they can have a chance. That I can tell you with that long acronym that was just mentioned by the FS is actually rolling out. And the other idea about having a group of young people, wherever you might put them, but the objective is that they can be a part of the discussion, not just the discussion, but a part in helping to shape strategy and processes and so forth to help youth to become more participatory in our economy. That, and I think I spoke earlier about the youth economy, even before you mentioned this, that should also be really considered. And the FS is here, and you are Mr. Woods, that we will take a sharp look at that, because that is a good idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Go right ahead. Thank you so much.
A pleasant good afternoon, everyone. I am here representing CWIT, Christopher Wilkin Institute of Technology. My name is Joy Rogers. My question, I have three-part questions, Prime Minister, and my good Minister of Education. Cost of living and social protection. Wages versus inflation. What initiative will the budget fund to support sustainable wage growth and job creation that genuinely outpaces the rate of inflation? Minister of Education, how will budget finance the necessary reform to ensure the public education curriculum and facilities are aligned with the need of a future knowledge-based economy? Include digital literacy and climate smart skills training. My PM. Housing and community resilience. Affordable housing. What is the budgetary commitment to provide truly affordable, climate resilient housing solution for low to middle income families in 2026? How will land allocation be prioritized for those projects?
With the indulgence of the Honourable Minister, let me try to respond to the first one on wages and inflation. As I shared earlier, our inflation rate is very low at 0.6%. And yes, the government recently increased minimum wage up to $500 per week. When we look at the economic growth, the inflation rate, and the minimum wage, there's not a great factor in terms of people's ability to spend. I may be stepping out a bit on a limb. One of the large part of it, individuals have to be, again, prudent with how they manage their limited resources. That's what it's going to come down to. While the government has to be prudent in managing its limited resources, as households, we too have to be prudent in managing our limited resources.
Thank you very much for that. We will answer in two parts. One, firstly, last year, education received the highest amount of money ever. So I anticipate that this year it will be more than what we got, which would be able to address quite a number of issues raised, but I will just give my peers an opportunity to tie it in with the sustainability.
Thank you, Minister, and thanks again for that thought-provoking question. As it pertains to climate smart skills, last year we had a consultancy which looked at the alignment of our curriculum with sustainable education for sustainable development, and coming out of that, our curriculum, which is fairly new, is aligned. We went a step further and we have been training our teachers, and now we'll move on to the next cohort, our principals, in terms of education for sustainable development, what it is and how we impact it, and how what we are teaching our students will help to impact our country. Outside of doing that, we're now at the second phase, which we will be looking at the tools for our teachers to utilize as they teach within the curriculum as it is now. But we must be able to link it. Sometimes we talk about education for sustainable development, but we don't necessarily know exactly what it is or the fact that we're doing some of these things. And so we have decided that we wanted to equip our teachers with lesson plans, the tools that they need so that they're better able to express and explain to our students. So I'm hoping that that would have answered the question. I'm not sure if the person is still here, but I'm hoping that answered their question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, PS.
Just the last question to be answered now, I think that's it. With respect to housing and land allocation, I want to say in the last 2 weeks or so, 2 to 3 weeks, we have sought to go into communities and make sure that people become owners, legal owners of their land by delivering their certificate of title at no cost. For example, in Upper Monk Hill, for example, when I trace back families, they're easily living up there for over 100 years. A young lady doubted me. I called her at one point when I first did it. I said, how old was your grandfather when he died? She said, 93. How long ago he died? 10 years, over 10 years ago. Where was he born? In Upper Monk Hill. I said, 93 plus over 10 years, and he born in Upper Monk Hill. He was here for over 100 years. Simple as that. And therefore, we decided that these people must own their land. Because when you own land, it empowers you. It empowers you financially. It adds to your assets. It's wealth creation. And that is part of the land policy. And that is why we went in Lagreed, we went in St. Paul's to these type of communities where people had been living for a long time and been deprived of the opportunity to own their land. And we went in Upper Monk Hill. And we continue to build out to see where were these communities that were deprived and suppressed for so many, many years. That in itself is part of our land location policy to make sure that our people can own land. In addition to that, we still have what is our regular land allocation policy. And we have given out a lot of land, and we continue to do that at reasonable cost. What I want to say to our people here, when you get your land subsidized, don't sell it for penny halfpenny. All your land. We see people selling their land and then asking back for another piece of land. There's no way you can get a piece of land that is valued at, let's say, $12, $15 per square foot. The government selling you for less than $5. So as soon as you get the land, imagine how much wealthier you are. Just think about it, because the value is in there. Don't just sell away your value. We want you to hold that land and build generational wealth so you can pass it on and break any cycle of poverty. That is what we are seeking to do. That is why Bradshaw took back Ireland in the 1970s. That was part of the reason. He didn't take back the Southeast Peninsula, mind you, but a lot of the sugar land in the other parts of the country he took back. And that was part of the reason to empower our people. So we continue on that journey of allocating the land. Exactly, he bought it. It was paid for in the 1980s. The other matter that I wanted to touch on with land, as I talk about land allocation, is that when we got in office, and I have to say it, we found that there were issues where one piece of land was issued to 2 and 3 people. And each of them would have a legal document. An allocation letter signed. And we said, how is this possible? That one piece of land can be issued to 3 people. That affected us significantly in rolling out our policy. Because then you had to go back and track each piece of land that was owned by multiple people to regularize that even before you start going forward. But I think the Minister of Land and her team, they have done an excellent job, and now we are moving forward. So that is why you see us allocating so much more land and so forth. So the question that was asked, I want you to know that that has always been part of our policy and our foundational principle as a party as well. With respect to the housing, we have really accelerated our housing policy in the last couple months, 2 to 3 months. And we have about 5 developments opened up right now. In addition to that, we would have been building houses and individual land. Even when you have to go to National Bank to get a loan, I want you to know that we are subsidizing that. Because for first-time home owners, we take off, you get, concessions are taken off. So we give first-time home owners the opportunity. And then we say to National Bank, lower your mortgage rate to the lowest you can. That is why National Bank has a very low mortgage rate, so that our people, as she pointed out, can have access to a mortgage that they can afford and be able to buy a climate-smart home, a home that can resist these strong Category 5 hurricanes. And so that policy continues to roll out. And then we want that policy to be matched also to some extent with our CBI program. So you're going to see us just building houses and repairing houses, because I would say this is what is on my mind, that God has spared us for these last few years and given us a chance to recover post-COVID. Now, if he has done that, we need to do our part to make sure that we are ready. And I see our director for NEMA is here. We need to start getting ready for a Category 5 hurricane next year. I'm praying, and we're going to pray that it does not happen. But if we have a space to prepare, let's prepare. And part and parcel of that is to get our housing ready. And so we are building out that, and we're going to accelerate that, especially in 2026. And the budget is going to reflect our seriousness when it comes to building resilient housing and communities for our people.
Thank you very much for that. And that pretty much brings us to the end. I don't have anybody else asking questions. And so at this point in the program, I would like to welcome to the podium Ms., I'm assuming it's a Miss Ade Brunda, to give our vote of thanks. And I would like to thank as well Prime Minister Drew and FinSec Popson for their participation in the fireside chat and this second session, Powering Progress through Budget 2026.
Can you give me 30 seconds? Exactly 30 seconds, so you can come, Mr. Brondo. I want to thank my colleagues in Cabinet. Without them, this would not be possible. I want to thank the wider civil service, because without them, this would not be possible. So all of the ministers and our 2 ambassadors who collaborate and help to bring the ideas of the people from their various communities, Ambassador Leon Natter, Ambassador Kenneth Douglas, I want to thank them for their invaluable input. And this afternoon we have with us the Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Jeffrey Hanley, Senior Minister and former Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Dr. Denzel Douglas, Minister of Agriculture, Small Business et al., Minister Samuel Duggins, and Minister responsible for Tourism et al., Minister Marsha Henderson. So I just want to thank them for their strong support. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to adopt the protocol that was so ably established. My name is Ade Brunda, Business Analyst at the Ministry of Finance. My task today is to deliver the vote of thanks on this special occasion. As we come to the close of this important national forum, held under the inspiring theme, Turning Conversations into Action, Building Our Sustainable Island State Together, it is my distinct honor to extend sincere appreciation on behalf of the organizing committee and the government of St. Kitts and Nevis. First, I wish to express heartfelt thanks to our distinguished speakers and panelists, Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance et al., Mr. Carlton Parkson, Financial Secretary, Acting, Mr. Trevor Blake, President, St. Kitts and Nevis Chambers of Industry and Commerce, Mr. Akwanje Robinson, Executive Research Officer, Minister of Environment, Climate Action and Constituency Empowerment, Ms. Ebony Brandon, Mistress of Ceremonies and Moderator. For those who shared their insights, expertise, and innovative ideas that have truly enriched today's discussions. Your contributions have challenged us to think boldly and act decisively as we chart the course towards a more sustainable and resilient future. To our partners and sponsors, including our regional and international collaborators, we say thank you for your continued support and commitment to our national development agenda. Your partnership reminds us that building a sustainable island state is a shared responsibility that thrives on cooperation. To our participants, both in person and virtual, thank you for your active engagement, thoughtful questions, and valuable perspectives. You have turned this forum into not just a meeting of minds, but a movement of purpose. As we leave here today, let us carry forward the energy and ideas that emerged from our conversations and translate them into tangible actions. Actions that will strengthen our communities, protect our environment, and secure a prosperous future for generations to come. Once again, thank you all for your presence, your participation, and your shared commitment to building our sustainable island state together. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you, everybody, for coming today and participating. I wish you a safe journey to wherever you're going to next. For those of us who are going back to the office, have a good one there as well. Thank you all for coming today.